Good morning, Soldier Boy here, and welcome back to the frontier of Mass Effect, of Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered for live stream number 4. If you missed yesterday's live stream, it's in two parts. We had a crash in the modern day bit, and we had to restart the stream. That's the downside to not using a capture card or not having one currently. That will be coming in the future. That's something I do need to sort out, but I've got to wait a little while. Thank you to everyone who's watched the channel update. Very much appreciated. And the kind messages as well. Been massively appreciated from everyone. Hopefully, at some point, we will actually get some answers. But it may be a long way down the line, the way it's going, I think. Why can't I find the one I'm after? It's not helpful. But yes, I hope everyone's had a good week so far. Thank you everyone who has watched it, and a massive thank you to those for the kind messages as well. That's not the reason I do these channel updates for the messages and stuff. I do them because it's nice to tell you guys what's coming up, what we're looking at, and try and have that conversation really. Good morning, Vaishnav. I'm useless this morning with talking. For some reason, I cannot talk to save my life. Good morning. How are you? I apologise in advance for your name. I'm struggling this morning for some reason. I don't know what it is. I had a bad night, and yeah, this morning I'm struggling to talk properly, which is going to hold really well for a live stream. That'll do. I can't find what I'm after, so that'll do. Ah, no, there it is. Why is it? It's only just showing up. I know what I was after, I just couldn't find the bit for the YouTube bit I couldn't find. It's not going well this morning, but we'll get there. We'll soldier on, as always. If you missed yesterday's live stream, like I say, it's split into two parts. We did a lot more tutorial. There's a very, very long tutorial side of the game, which isn't a bad thing. We're going, and I was saying this yesterday in the stream, we're going in as a character who is very green, who's very naive when it comes to the world. So we are learning as he's learning, which for us coming from the RPG era is a good thing, because there's so much that's different, it takes a while to learn. So that is definitely not a bad thing. It does hold your hand for quite a while, although the holding your hand parts are not simple either. They definitely have some difficulty to them, mainly the quick time events. I was just about getting the hang of it yesterday, and the wolves attack. But we'll see how we get on today. India versus England today. Nice. I don't hold much hope for England recently. They've not been doing brilliantly. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? I'm not too bad, thank you. I had a rough night, but other than that, I'm okay. I'm struggling to talk and say what I want to say easily, which isn't going to bode well, but we'll kind of muddle on through as best as possible. What day are we today? We are Wednesday, aren't we? I believe. Am I complete? Yeah, Wednesday. I'm losing plot. I'm trying to type and talk and I'm struggling. As usual. We will make it work no matter what. Last night's stream, we managed to get the quest bit done. We needed 3 more bronze medals when we started, and we managed to get those. Then we started the next quest line with the mastery challenges and managed to get 3 silvers and 3 bronzes. So now we need 3 more bronze medals from the last 3 challenges that we've got available to us to progress the story more. So hopefully tomorrow evening we should be able to move that on a little bit. Tonight the plan is for some Avengers for a couple of hours, just to keep our eye ready for the update that's coming in a couple of weeks. So lots going on. I've managed to record and edit 25 videos of WWE Battlegrounds. I've not finished it yet, actually. I've not got all the trophies yet either. Nearly. Very, very nearly. We're back on the road to WrestleMania currently. 5 of them have gone active already. The rest are scheduled. So it's a nice little bit of content. It's a fun game for those that may like your wrestling. It's fun. You had to start Assassin's Creed 3 again yesterday yourself. It's amazing how seeing these things can make you want to go back and give it a go, isn't it? It's one of those that has made me want to play the rest of them all over again. Because there's so much fun to be had from going back, especially as you get older, because you notice things a bit more, I think, than when you would maybe when you first played through. And I think that does help, is there are little things you'll notice and pick up on now that you may not have done the first time round. So yeah, I always think replaying games is a good thing in that respect, especially if it's been a long time since. That's that. So I'm nearly done. Nearly done. That's that one. I think we're good to go. I think I'm sorted. We are sorted. Bonus. Okay. Load back in. So we finished off yesterday's second live stream because of the crash during the modern day part. We finished off by doing a homestead mission. We also got another peg leg trinket. I think we've got 2 out of 4 now in the homestead. But we finished off a homestead mission and we've gained a huntress. I'm still a bit iffy about the crafting system, the trading system. Although it explained it, it's not simple when you're looking at the menus itself. And the explanation, although was simple, it doesn't come across simple. Like we've got £268 currently, and if we head straight into here, I love the uniform, by the way, and we did find all the other uniforms downstairs, which was quite cool. It's nice to see them hanging up, and we also found the place where all your weapons are going to be. But I assumed that crafting meant we could craft. I've gone the wrong place. I don't need to pull the candelabra because we're not actually going down there. I'm going to the completely wrong place. Because I was talking about the uniforms. So I thought for a minute we were going to head downstairs, but we're not. We want to head to the book. The book. Not in here. The book is here. Okay. Yeah, the accounting book. So I thought we'd craft better weapons. And yes, there is that ability to do that. But we're a long way off. We need a blacksmith. We need ingredients we haven't got. Arrows, bait. The one thing I wanted was because we've now got the ability to have a gun. So I wanted the twin holsters, but we need rosewood lumber, and we need the tailor to be level 2. So it's a long way off before you get some of these things. If we go to trading, I've got nothing out on convoy. Maybe it's worth sending stuff out constantly. I'm not sure how much we need to be concentrating on this. Obviously, for funds, I think it's important to have a constant stream of income. I need to remember to loot more people as we go along as well. I think that's something I don't do enough. This is our current stockpile. Obviously, we've got stuff. We've got some herbs here as well. Who's catching the herbs for us? And these are all the stuff that I've got. The pelts, I think I'm better off. They're worth quite a bit of money, the pelts, but I kind of want to sell them. I think I want to sell pelts. Oh, that's not me, is it? That's her. I've got pelts here. Oh, the hunter has found some pelts. They're worth quite a bit of money. Or is that how much it's going to cost me 160 to buy them from her? Maybe that's not such a good thing. I kind of want to get stuff sent out, just because I think we should. So this is a bit I'm struggling with, is knowing what we have. Have we got any resources? We have got resources, but that's only what we hold currently. So I think we need to buy resources from the people in the homestead, don't we? So if we buy some charcoal, I don't know. You can sell in regular shops too, in the travelling sales wagons. Yes, that's true. But we need the stockpile we have here. We need to buy from our people, don't we? I don't know what the catnip is. So the pelts are quite expensive. Our hunter's been out. We'll buy a hair pelt. So what we're going to do, I'm just trying to work it out as we go along. Obviously, we can't craft anything. We can craft barrels if we want to. And I'm assuming the crafting the barrel makes it more worth more money, I would assume. So if let's just check something. Because we brought the lumber for £8. It's cost us another £25 to make it into a barrel. So by my maths, that's £33 spent. Now if we trade the crafting materials, we're going to make a profit of £91. And then on top of that, we can get a hang. So the other shop in Boston doesn't actually make us any money. It's less money. I just thought how much do we get for that? £78 for the. That's not bad. £78 for the hair pelt. So we'll make a profit of £182 if all goes well. I think maybe we should just be sending this out as and when we can. It's extra money. It doesn't cost us money to do so, so I think it is an important thing to do. Right, we now need to decide what we're going to do this morning. We need to have a look at missions. There's obviously hunting still to do within the homestead itself. I haven't looked at trophies, so I don't know if there's anything we should be concentrating on. And again, I won't look at trophies until we actually get later on in the game. I like the way he put the hatchet in the front of the house and actually explained why. I like that. That was quite good. Right, so if we have a look on the map, there are peg leg missions over here we can do. So I'm assuming are naval missions. That is our huntress over there, Miriam's camp. We also need to scan the people we currently have in here. There's an interactive conversation. I don't know what that means. I might head there and see what the interactive conversation is. But yes, we need to scan people in the camp. Naval collectibles, almanacs, trinkets. We need to get the Encyclopedia of Common Man done. The only person we've scanned so far is our huntress, so we should try and scan as we go, I think. Every time we recruit someone, it would be a good idea to scan, so at least we know we've got them. And although we can fast travel from here, I think... Let's go and do this interactive conversation. I'm curious to what it means. Hopefully we'll see something different. And then I think our main mission is in Boston. We'll head there next. Obviously we still have hunting missions to do as well. So there's lots to do, lots to see, and lots to discover. But it's a case of getting to that point. Okay, there's the tree that we need to walk up to get up here. Okay, so the interactive conversation is here. Now I don't know what it is. Let's see. I think it's a good idea to buy maps pretty early so you can collect as you go and limit doubling back a lot. That's a really good shout.
We've been raring to finally meet you. My name's Catherine, and this is Diana. We're the wives of those two blockheads who cut trees.
Nice to meet you. We've heard so much of you from the boys. Glad to finally put a face to the name.
The pleasure is mine.
We
Maps
were
are
just
expensive. Oh,
discussing
really?
how
Okay.
nice this bit of territory is.
We need to
On
have a
a
look
river,
then.
with nobody upstream. I won't lie, Godfrey's letter had me a little worried. But now that we're here and settled,
Her
I
voice
must
is
say
far
I'm
too
rather
high-pitched.
happy.
Pardon me.
They had us on this plot north of Champlain that was a tangle of rock and bramble. Ugh, horrible place. It's a real treat to be able to walk up the hill and take in the ocean.
Your husbands must keep you busy.
Nothing we can't handle, Connor. The boys think they run the show, but the real bosses are right in front of you.
As always.
I do not doubt it.
So we've got a new trophy unlocked at the banner, according to that, for that interactive conversation. I don't know what the new trophy is. Right. But yeah, the interactive conversation, that's gone now. Now we've had the conversation. That conversation has disappeared. What's this? That's Diana. Catherine. That's a medicine bottle. So I think the interactive conversations are probably good to have, as it gives us story, I suppose. I just want to scan this guy. He is over here somewhere. Can we see him? Where is he? It says he's here. There he is. Unvalid. All I'm trying to do is get the encyclopedia for man done while we're here. Is he counted? No. Does he not count? It says clue analysed. Not the right target. Invalid target. I don't know why he's walking around like that. Is that him measuring the tree? I was hoping that we'd be able to scan these guys. This says invalid target. Thought they would go down as Encyclopedia of Man. How did I do this yesterday? I can't get them to scan for some reason. Says it clue analysed invalid target. So for some reason I cannot get them to scan for our Book of Man, unless I'm doing something severely wrong. No, the only one on there is the Huntress still. But yeah, I think that buy the maps so we can find the collectibles is probably a good idea. They're expensive, that will obviously limit us a little bit, but where possible. Right, I'm gonna try. I want to know if I can find what the controls are. Options, gameplay controls. I think L2 is scan, but for some reason it will not give me what I need. That's controls. That's general. HUD. It's not going to tell me what I need there, is it? Yeah. Oh, was it always buggy? Was it? We'll have to come back later and try and scan them. I think. For some reason, just as invalid target every time. So our next main quest is in, I think, in Boston. Can we? Oh, we can zoom out, can't we? There we go. This is our next main quest in Boston. This is there. There's still lots of Boston to see and do, admittedly. Our fast travel point, we've got a point there. Where else have we got a fast travel point? There's a shop here that might be worth heading to, just so we can. We can't fast travel the shops. We can fast travel the hard master. I think the shops might be a good idea to go to, so we can buy these maps, or at least have a look how expensive they are, and kind of know what we need to achieve to buy them. We also need to explore Boston a little bit more. There's still quite a lot that we haven't found. Our main quest line is here, though. So my thinking is, if we fast travel to maybe this one, This Harbour Master. Store is there. They need to be doing a specific activity. They will glow yellow in eagle vision when they're valid. Ah! So them just standing there doesn't help us. Thank you for the like, that was much appreciated. Okay, that makes more sense. It does make a lot of sense, to be fair, because we couldn't scan the girl, the huntress, for quite a while, and then suddenly we could. So, okay, good to know. We need to catch them doing their job, basically, for them to count. So that's something we need to keep an eye on. I was just thinking, if we scanned them while we was there, it was done, we didn't have to think about it later on. Maybe it's better to scan them all once you've got the whole place full. Okay, we're here. We're in Boston. There's an almanac paper there to grab. There's a store here with new items. We have already done that viewpoint. There is also a courier mission. I've no idea what courier missions are. Might be worth having a look while we're here. But the main aim is the store. We're going to try and stay incognito for as much as possible. We've got no arrows, annoyingly. Orphans will attract us and slow you move. Give them a few coins to continue undisturbed. Oh, so the orphans will come try and distract you. Right, where's this almanac? Is there. Go away, orphans. I didn't see where the almanac went, actually. There was an almanac here, but it's flown away. I'm thinking of the courier mission, maybe. I want to have a look and see what it entails once we've been in the shop. I think that might be a good idea. We can buy items, enter the accounting book to craft. Let's have a look. This is the first time I've been able to go into a shop and actually have a look properly. So we can sell items. We've got beaver pelts we can sell, beaver teeth. I don't know if I need anything. Oh, this deer pelt is in perfect condition. It gives £120. I don't know if we need to keep things. I'm kind of in two minds of what we need and what we don't. The deer tail is worth 0. Wolf pelt's in perfect condition. Raccoon pelt. So the pelts are worth a decent amount of money. £100 for that one. A deer pelt's 120. The other ingredients not so much. 160 for the beaver pelt. So that's quite a bit of money. We can go to the accounting book here as well. So we can buy stuff from the homestead and sell it in the shop. We don't actually have to buy it beforehand. That's an interesting. I didn't know we could do that. I pressed the wrong button. Let's have a look at the buy section. So we've got normal weapons, blunt weapons, small weapons, heavy weapons, firearms, consumables, citizen mission items, outfits and maps. But we definitely need the money. Wow. So central Boston chests, we need £1,500. The North Boston chest, we need £1,000. South Boston chest, £1,000. The Frontier chest, £3,000. We definitely don't have enough money for half of these. And obviously we've got New York. Lexington feathers, 2.5. These maps are very expensive. £5,000 for the page map, for the almanac pages. They are expensive. Obviously if we come across them we can find them ourselves, but obviously we can buy new outfits, which again we're not worried about. What is a citizen missions item? So this is, it's locked, so we can't do it. There's durable wooden hammer made from pure ebony and a hardened steel hammerhead. I'm assuming we need to buy these for missions later on. Consumables, arrows, that's £10 an arrow. Cartridges are 50. Rope darts, snares, trip mines, baits. Let's have a look at firearms. The only one we have is the flintlock pistol. We can't buy any others at the minute, and it doesn't actually tell you how much a lot of them are. A lot of them you gain from doing sequences, actually, to be fair, the pistols. Heavy weapons, we can't unlock a heavy weapon currently. Small weapons. We've got the assassin tomahawk, that's the one we've currently got equipped. There is a stone tomahawk, which obviously is a lot less than ours. Stone dagger, again, it's going to be a lot less. The iron tomahawk, it's quite cool. The war tomahawk. I don't know how, broken sword knife. I don't know how much the stats are really going to affect us, so it's something to keep an eye on. The blunt weapons, gunstock war club. Again, we can't access any of those. And normal weapons, we have a normal sword, which is currently not the one we have. We haven't got a normal sword, have we? No, because we've got tomahawk. That's why we haven't got one. And then you can go for all different swords. So, in terms of that, there's no. I don't think there's anything we can buy. I don't think it's worth buying a map. You think we should sell all items, don't you, Lisa? That will give us £2,164 to sell everything. And what do you think? Sell everything and buy a map for Boston, maybe? Because obviously the maps are probably the ideal thing. Or do we hold off? If we know... How much are all the maps in total for Boston? That's just chess, isn't it? That doesn't include feathers. The Almanac page is £5,000. Peg leg trinkets. In Boston, New York, the Frontier and the Homestead, 3,000. 1,500, 1,000, 2,500, 3,500. We need £3,500 for all the Boston chests. And that's just the chests. We can definitely go and get money quickly. Oh, I didn't think of that. Money in the chests. Did not think of that. Okay, let's sell all then. I don't see a reason not to. I don't know if we need any of it for crafting. That's my only concern. But we can go on a hunting spree if need be. So let's sell all. Confirm. There we go. We've sold all our items. We have no items to sell. And then if we go to maps, we can buy north and south Boston chests. We can't do central. We can do central, but then we can't do two. I'd rather do two than one. So I think if we do north Boston chests, done. And if we do south Boston, we've got two maps that way. And obviously we do need to buy central. We will have to go on a hunting spree, I feel like, at some point. Trade. Oh, we've completed a hunting challenge as well. Just trade the hunting spoils worth £500. We've definitely done that. So now the map should be filled with chests. Why is it not? I can see. Ah, it is. There's just not many of them. We paid that much money and there's not many chests. It may be because we've not opened the areas up, to be fair. We haven't really done lots of exploration at this point. So that could be why we're not seeing a massive amount on the map. Missions, shops, collectibles. Yeah, it could be just because we've not really explored. So I think what we should try and have a look at is, obviously we haven't done a courier mission yet. What are they as well? Delivery request. So let's have a look at the courier mission while we're here, as it is next to us. See what that entails, and then we'll head to the main mission. Hopefully open a few things up in Boston along the way. But I want to see what this is all about, as we don't know.
The Boston Gazette.
Central Boston letters. Committees of correspondence has opened up in the Animus database. Let's have a look at that. I pressed the wrong button. Animus database, the Committee of Correspondence. Since the American Revolution happened in the dark days before there was an internet, and even before telephones, organising colonial opposition to the British was a little tricky. I don't want to make you cry, but these clowns didn't even have dial-up. The solution was to send out riders bearing letters to inform colonists in other areas what was going on. These became known as Committees of Correspondence. Correspondence being a fancy name for letters. And if you don't know this, I am amazed you have even read this far. Actually, I'm amazed you even read this far. I'm amazed you can even read this far. Samuel Adams created one of the first committees of correspondence in Boston in 1772, and in particular he wanted to keep people outside of Boston informed about town meetings. So the governor couldn't invite only his friends to meetings. That would be less a meeting, more a dinner party. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Adams' committee worked so well that everyone started doing it. Eventually all of the colonies had their own committees, focused on presenting a united front against British imposed taxes and supporting boycotts of British goods. Really, Adams should have patented the idea. He could have made a fortune. So it looks like we're going to have to deliver a letter, I would have said. But I don't know what. Okay. Why? I thought I was starting the mission. I thought I was starting the mission, but nothing's come up. Okay. I think that was just to introduce us to these courier missions, I think. If we go there, logbook, hunting society, naval, collectibles, courier. There we go. Deliver the letters for Boston Central's postmaster. Deliver the letters in Boston ×4. So that's another thing to do. We've now got 4 of those to do. I think it basically just means we've opened them up to be able to be done. There is one round the corner. So we'll just go and have a... I want to have a look. I want to try these things. Obviously, I'm assuming we can come back and do them later as well. We don't have to do them all at once. But let us have a look, see where it wants to be delivered. Hopefully we can achieve it. May even get paid, which is even better. Let us interact. Do we just need to collect them? We've collected the letter. It doesn't have anywhere to deliver it. I believe we just need to collect these. Let's have a look. Yeah, deliver the letters to Boston Central Postmaster. We have got 4 letters to deliver, and we've got a minute. So these are really simple. If that's the case, then. So the next one is just ahead of us. Then we can come down this one. We can grab the viewpoint and grab this one. We're still working our way down towards the main mission, but we're just grabbing a few things on the way. I was expecting these to be a lot harder, but okay, I'll take it. 5 minutes to our land convoy gets to Boston. Another guy here. Come on. Oh, jump down. Jump down. Thank you. Deliver the letter. There we go. Second letter delivered. The next one is just up here. I think maybe I was overthinking it. I honestly thought these letters, there was more to them. Like I say, I could have just been overthinking it, to be honest. Interact with him. Number 3 delivered. Yeah, you just delivered. Yeah, so it's just I think I was overthinking it, to be fair. I was kind of expecting it to be a lot harder than it is. I do overthink things, and then they turn out to be super easy. Maybe they do get more involved. Well, we might as well grab the viewpoint while we're here. The more viewpoints we have, the easier life gets. They're not fast travelling. It does open up parts of the map, though. So unlike some games where they are involved for fast travelling, it's not the same here. But they will open up parts of the map. But remember, when climbing, do not press X as you jump off. Up we go. Thank you. We'll synchronise. Okay. I don't know if the map hasn't shown us anything else. So a group of vigilantes are there. This is our last courier mission is here. Oh, I've got a marker there. There is an almanac page that would be handy to have. But I'm just thinking we are working our way towards the mission. We're just trying to grab things on the way. Where is my jump off point there? Always try and spot the jump off just so we don't die. Right, there are guards here. I'm assuming we're incognito. No one is after us, so I'm assuming we're good just to walk. Okay. This is the last letter to be delivered on this mission. Done. We've got £500 for doing that. £500 for delivering them 4 letters. Oh, and all it involved was a bit of running around. Wow. Okay. There's an almanac there, but there's also... I'd rather go for the viewpoint at this point, as it opens up more map. And it's like we're still going towards the mission. But yeah, £500 for them letters. That didn't really take too long. We've got a new Animus database. The Old Corner Bookstore. It's an apothecary shop at the moment, but in a few decades this building will be home to Ticknor and Fields, the leading American publisher of their day. That might sound a bit dull, but this building will be at the centre of American literature and thinking. Authors like Henry Wadsworth, Longfellow, Nathaniel Hawthorne Harriet, Beecher Stowe, even Charles Dickens will all meet here. Of course, given the state of American education, possible you don't know who any of these people are. I could have said Mincy Clitheroe, Pippi Boom Boom, and you still have looked impressed. Okay, viewpoint is all the way up there. I think we've got another Animus database. Once we've gathered all these, there won't be as much reading, I don't think, to do. But they are really interesting, the historical side. I was saying to over half about the Boston Massacre yesterday. She was like, oh, but this happened. It didn't, actually. This building hosted some of the key events in the American Revolution, mostly by accident. It just happened to be one of the largest buildings in Boston. So when meetings at Fenway Hall overflowed, everyone moved to the Old South Meeting House to continue. This meant the biggest, angriest, most rebellious crowds ended up here. After the Boston Massacre, the people met here to demand that the governor remove British troops from the city, which he did. Thousands showed up here for meetings leading up to the Boston Tea Party. On the night of the Tea Party itself, this was where Samuel Adams delivered the line, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country," giving the go-ahead to seize the boats and dump the tea. Is anything a bigger slap in the face to a Brit than dumping tea? No? Well, apart from just slapping us in the face, but that's the secret I wish I hadn't told you. Of course, during the British siege in 1776, this church met the same fate as other rebel hotspots. It was ransacked. The pews and pulpit were torn out and used as firewood, and the interior was filled with dirt and used as a stable and riding school. There was even a bar on the second level. I guess the troops thought it would really stick it to the Puritans. The only thing worse could have been a karaoke night. Puritans hate karaoke. Right, up we go. Climbing in this is a little less. It's quite restrictive compared to the RPG era of games. You've definitely got to look for where you could realistically climb up, which I definitely like. I'm not saying that's a bad thing in any shape, way or form. I like the fact you have to look. 2 minutes to our land convoy hits Boston. But yeah, £500 for the courier missions tells me they're definitely worth doing for money. The money we gained is quite a lot. So yeah, I think they're definitely worth doing. The climbing, if you notice how he puts his hand in little holes and things, I think the added level of realism to the climbing is brilliant. I think the RPG era misses it in the fact that you can climb everywhere. I think we do lose out on that a little bit. I didn't see a warning. I thought it just no. I think that says that's its delivery time. I think because it pops up at 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then it popped up say 2 minutes until it's here. I believe. You've now worried me. My convoy might be in trouble. I don't think it is. I don't know. So from here, we've got an almanac below us. We have got a chest as well, which will be worth getting as soon as we can. The almanac, I think, we'll give it a go. I hate almanacs. Tracing them is a pain in the bottom. But I believe... Okay, so the actual mission types, we've lost the one that says the letters because we've done it. Right, there's a jump off point. We're going to try and get the almanac. Don't hold a lot of hope, as I'm not a fan of them, but we'll see how we get on. There is a treasure chest nearby as well. But yeah, I think the timer coming up is how long before our convoy gets here. Oh, you haven't noticed them before? Yeah, no, I've seen them a few times now. I'm hoping I'm correct. There we go. Land convoy, 30 seconds to Boston. And then hopefully we get paid. I'm trying to chase the almanac page. I hate these. We've got it. That wasn't as bad as it was previously. Almanac page is 1 of 4 in Boston. Nice. I thought we already had 2 as hyphen, but I don't know. I don't know where these show up. These are mission types. Where the there should be collectibles, I think. Collectibles. Almanacs. Boston. Trinkets. Okay. We have got 2 from Volume 1, 1733. And we've got 1 from 1737, Volume 1. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense now. And what was the reward? New invention recipe unlocked is the rewards for getting them 8 in total. That's quite cool. Okay. So from here, we are moving our way towards the mission location, the main quest. But I'm just trying to clear things on the way. There is a chest there. It's our first chest. Hopefully should be part of the map we gained. A convoy has returned to the homestead. Profits £182. We now have over £1,000 a game. That's not bad. Well, I'm assuming I'm not welcome here. Only looking at... There's guards everywhere. And they're on the rooftops as well, which tells me I'm probably not allowed here. Right, we're working our way towards the chest. That's what we want. There's guards. Are they going to let me through? I don't know. I obviously don't want to start a fight for no reason. Where is my chest? Is that an open window? It is an open window. Thank you. Look at that. Passing through buildings. That works amazingly well. Right, where is my treasure chest? So I'm assuming this is one from the map we brought. We now just need to find it. Guard dogs. Is that a guard dog? Or is that chest? I don't think that is a guard dog, is it? I don't know why guard dogs just came up suddenly. It's just a dog. Well, we have a chest. Let's see what we gain from it. Oh! There's 8 chests to acquire in the whole of this district. We gained recipe acquired for cold medicine. Something else I didn't quite see. Quilts. So we're gaining. So the chests give you recipes. I'm saying we're sure we just got some money as well. We've just jumped up to over £2,000. Jug's hair. We've just gained lots of recipes. Playing cards. I'm assuming the more you make your basic goods into, the more it sells for. Cough syrup, wigs. These are all going to require things, different resources, but I'm assuming the more you turn it into something else, the more you get for the money. Bear pendant. And we acquired, so that chest gave us £1,250. The chests are definitely worth getting as much as you can. Looking at that, that has gained us a massive amount of money. Right, my next thinking, the aim is to try and head for the mission, as we do need to do it. There's an Almanac nearby, so we'll grab the Almanac as we're there. The plan is the mission. Let's see where we're going from there. So there's lots of collectibles, which I suppose can be a chore, but if we try and do them as we go, hopefully it then won't become a chore. Good morning, Jake. How are you? Yeah, the money from the chest is pretty good. £500. We can actually buy another map. There is a shop just here as well. It's a travelling shop. Wrong button. Trade. I just about to assassinate the horse. We don't have any items to sell, but he should have... Oh, he only sells consumables. So the travelling people only sell consumables. So we've got to be aware of that. So we don't need to do anything with him. I'm not bad, thank you.
There will be a meeting of the city's advocates this Friday sundown at the True Ball.
Okay. So we'll try and get the Almanac, we'll go to the main quest, and then we'll go from there, depending what is required next. But yeah, definitely the chests for that kind of money does make them very worthwhile. There's a guard on the building there, so I'm assuming I'm not heading there. The Almanac's there. I'm trying to follow it. Obviously I should be climbing up, I think. I don't know if I've lost the Almanac already. Because it's up top. It's there. It's still going. It is. I might have lost the Almanac already, I think. I hate these flying things. Jump. We've been seen as well. Oh, it's lost. So annoyingly the Almanac page got lost, but we gave it a go. We have not long started, to be fair. Our percentage is pretty low. We basically started this 3 days ago, I want to say. I don't think I can see percentage currently. Maybe I can. Synchronization is 19%. We've got no other way of checking things because it's an auto-save. But we're very early on. The thing is, we platinumed Origins, and because Siege of Paris is coming out for Valhalla, we didn't want to start a massive long playthrough of something. So we're going to try and platinum this before Siege of Paris comes out. That's the plan. You need to, oh, we haven't got any. We should have bought arrows, shouldn't we? As I don't have any arrows, we should have bought arrows. Yes, I didn't even think of that. But yeah, we definitely should have bought some arrows, I think. Okay, that might be a mistake on our part, but we'll head to the dock. We'll head to the mission.
I sympathize with your frustrations.
Samuel Adams.
But surely you can understand my reluctance to kick the hornet's nest.
What does he need from us?
Thing, no matter what.
Next time we get a chance, we need to try and buy some arrows, I think. Or craft. I'm surprised we can't craft them. So Paul Revere, you've heard of Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, of course. He was one of several riders sent to warn Lexington and Concord of a coming military raid on April 18, 1775. Revere's role in the revolution was larger than that, however. He was a member of the Sons of Liberty and the Continental Congress and a participant in the Boston Tea Party. By trade, Revere was a silversmith and one of the most skilled craftsmen in the colonies. He also did copper plate engraving, most notably the image of the Boston Massacre that depicts British soldiers firing into the unarmed crowd at point-blank range. A very effective piece of propaganda. You get very little copper plate propaganda these days. It's a dying art. Of course it is. Revere was also a shrewd businessman, and he went where the money was. When silverwork wasn't paying the bills, he made dental tools, and when gunpowder was scarce during the Revolutionary War, he built a gunpowder mill. After the war ended, Revere expanded his business into bell forging, eventually making the bell that hangs in King's Chapel, a Boston landmark. That's really cool. I've heard the name of Paul Revere previously. Not in the game, away from the game. We currently have 4, so our first... I never wanted to platinum games, but you guys, the people that view the channel, when I first got hurt and started live streaming, because live stream was never on my radar, they encouraged me to platinum games. And our first platinum was Valhalla. And then after that, they then encouraged me to do... what was after that? Odyssey. And then after Odyssey, we platinumed Horizon Zero Dawn. And then after that, we did Origins. So we're working on several different platinums at the minute. So we've got this one we're going to try and platinum. Mass Effect, I'm doing episodic videos of that at the minute with the aim to platinum, as I'm working with a website to do articles about the platinum run and the videos. So hopefully that will go hand in hand. But there was currently 4, but we're working on 2 at the same time roughly at the minute, if that makes sense. Obviously we've already got the platinum for Valhalla, but the DLC is out soon. But yeah, I never ever intended to platinum games. Oh! Why did he just hit me? The guy just walked past and hit me. We never intended to platinum games, we never intended to live stream. I had a really bad motorcycle accident. And as a way of having a social life and actually being able to talk to people, because I can't currently leave the house that much, I started live streaming. And people joined us, and from there it's kind of grown, and yeah, we've kind of gone from there. But the aim is to just platinum every game, and we're also talking at the minute about getting a platinum on every Assassin's Creed game. Also The Witcher, we're going to try and do that in the near future as well, hopefully. Right, let's have a look at this mission, let's see what we've got to do. We have got quite a bit of money now as well.
Ah, Connor. Hello again. What brings you to Boston?
You.
Would you excuse us, fellows? Thank you. That conversation was about to turn unpleasant. Now, what can I do for you?
I was hoping you could help me look.
So the optional is to stay below notoriety.
I'm headed to a meeting with some
Level
men
2.
who should be able to help.
Notoriety.
Come along?
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's good to see the people finally taking a stand against injustice.
Says the man who owns a slave.
Ooh, sorry?
Okay, we've got a new database entry. The idea is to keep trying to read these as we go. Just so we don't then... We had the issue when we didn't, and we had loads to read through. Surrey was a servant in the household of Samuel Adams from about 1765 onward. She was given to Adams' second wife Elizabeth Wells as a wedding present, because nothing says you care like here have a human being. You've got to remember back then, obviously racism was rife, slavery was everywhere. However, Adams was morally opposed to slavery and insisted that she be free before she came to live with them. Oh wow! So she wasn't actually a slave. She was given to them as a slave, but Adams freed her. She was and worked for the Adams family for nearly 50 years, which would be so much less fun than working for the Adams family. Sean's sarcasm is fantastic. Incidentally, while Adams wouldn't own slaves himself, it wasn't something he fought particularly hard for during his political career. He did support anti-slavery measures in Massachusetts, but never forced the issue if it was going to cause friction between the states. Getting along with other politicians was just so much more important. I'm obviously talking about Samuel Adams here, not Gomez. Yeah, so that's interesting. He didn't like slaves. He didn't want slaves, so when he was gifted one, or his wife was, he freed her, but yet she still worked for the family for 50 years. It's a different world, isn't it? You're sitting on 20 platinums. Nice! We stopped going for them and trying to get back into it. Watch Dogs 2, Human Fall Flat, and FIFA 21. Oh, nice! Thanks for the like over, that was much appreciated. Yeah, we're nowhere near 20 platinums. Like I say, it was never an intention. It was just the regular viewers were saying, oh, let's platinum this, let's do this, and it then turned into that, which I thoroughly enjoy. I love the exploration, I love the making sure you've got the most out of a game. You know, we've put over 234 hours into Valhalla, with still a DLC and more to come. So we know it's going to go even higher. We were over 100 and something hours for Odyssey to get the platinum. 77 hours, including DLC for Origins, I think it was. So, you know, we've got the time. And I think when you're talking to people who enjoy the same games whilst you're doing these platinum runs, it adds so much more to the game.
I practice what I preach, my friend. She's not a slave, but a freed woman, at least on paper. Men's minds are not so easily turned.
So Connor was told that he had a slave.
We cling to such barbarism.
Then speak out against it.
Yeah. So
we must focus first on defending our rights.
I can see Samuel Adams' point, though.
We'll have the luxury of addressing these other matters.
You speak as though your condition is equal to that of the slaves. It is not.
Tell that to my neighbor who was compelled to quarter British troops, or to my friend whose store was closed because he displeased the crown.
Connor's obviously very anti-slavery because his people are the ones that have been turned and captured for slaves. So he's going to be very anti-slavery.
And not in turns.
It's in turns, or not at all.
Oh. It said stay below notoriety level 2.
It's my home, no matter what you
So we've got to be careful.
If comes in Parliament who want to take my property, you tell them to sail across
Stefan Chapeau.
take it themselves.
I'm assuming he's French.
Open for discussion now. Open this door or these men will break it down. Ah!
Bollocks, we're coming in!
It's the British soldiers.
I trust the mounting evidence is proof enough, Connor.
Continue on. I shall meet you at our destination.
How are we meant... I think we're going to have to help the man. But we're not meant to go above notoriety level 2.
Is that all you have?
Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm now getting involved in a fight I didn't want to get involved with.
Come on, you lobsterbacks!
I don't know if we'll pass the optional objective here. We're also now wanted. I think we have actually stayed below notoriety level 2. Kind of right, it's not enough simply not participate yourself when you aren't fighting the system as a whole. No, very true. It's all well and good saying you don't agree with slavery, but if you're not willing to stand up, especially when you have a platform, you're not really helping, are you? That's the thing. When you have a platform to do good, you should use it. Whereas Connor feels Adams isn't doing that. So we've saved Stefan Chapeau. We managed to stay below notoriety level 2, which I'm amazed we did. It was a bit of a fight I probably should have done better with, to be honest. We gained some arrows now. So we've saved ourselves money by not having to buy arrows. I don't want to pick up the weapon. I'm not really that worried about the weapon. We don't really use guns. You haven't played much of the Assassin's Creed series and I want to start. That's the thing, there's always a backlog of games. You've got about 150 games to platinum. Wow. So that's the thing with us as well. We originally... What are these? They're liberation missions. We've gained new missions on the map now. Liberation missions. Which I'm assuming is helping people. Would be my assumption. That's where we're heading. Yeah, we started off doing Valhalla because that's what we started streaming with. We then moved on to Odyssey because the guys and everyone who was watching pushed us to. Then we did Horizon Zero Dawn, then Origins. And originally after Origins we were going to do The Witcher Platinum, which will take hours. But because of the Valhalla DLC, we then moved back. We went to this instead because this was free as part of the Odyssey Season Pass. But we're in the middle of discussions about whether once we finish the DLC of Valhalla and finish this, whether we do a platinum on every single Assassin's Creed that we possibly can, bar Assassin's Creed 1 because currently you can't play on PS4, or we go to The Witcher. So we're in the middle of discussions about whether we delay the Witcher playthrough and do all the Assassin's Creed games instead. I love Assassin's Creed, and like you say, having games in the backlog to platinum is horrendous. There's so many you can do. We get suggestions from everyone all the time, and we have a massive list of games on our list to play through. We did have some good news the other day because we wanted the next Horizon Zero Dawn game. We want to do that as well. When it comes out, it's now been delayed. So although that's a bad thing to a lot of people, for us it's a good thing because it gives us a little bit more time. because obviously when it comes out, we want to be doing it. But if it's delayed, it gives us time to do other games first. But yeah, there's always another game to play and another game to platinum, isn't there? And it's having the time. I'm lucky at this point that I have more time because I can't physically do anything. I can't go to work until my injuries are sorted. So I'm lucky I have the time, but then I have a family. I can't stream 24/7, so we are limited a little bit. Plus, I also make content and try and get the platinums on those games that I'm making content for. So we only have one main live stream game. But it is. I don't envy the people that work full time and still try and achieve platinums, because without being injured, there's no way I would be able to do any of this. Not consistently, anyway. Yeah, I'm hoping we'll once we know an exact date for next year when it comes out. The aim will be to play it day of release. Is the aim. The way it's going, I'm not going back to work anytime soon. So. Yeah, the aim would be to play day of release. But we just need to wait until we know when that's going to happen, to be fair. Now they've delayed it. I've got no clue when that will be. Right, there's guards there. We need to get round. I'm trying to work out the best path. I don't know if I can walk through big groups of guards. We need to head there. I've got a feeling they're going to try and stop me if I try and walk through, aren't they? So my thinking is... I've got orphans around me again. Let's try and go this way. Obviously, notoriety is important. We've got to try and avoid... I don't want to do any liberation missions. Dispose of the tax collectors. I don't want to do it. I don't want to increase the notoriety knowing we've got to keep it as a side quest. Right, this is where we need to be. We finally got there. I'm thinking maybe March at the earliest. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be that kind of time.
Connor,
I may even have a PS5 by then, and if I do, at least it'll be better graphics.
William Molyneux, and the manager and chef of his newest venture, Stéphane Chaffeau.
Connor
That's the guy we saved.
With some red goats and
that is the guy we just saved.
The collectors grow bolder and more forceful.
So it was the tax collectors that were after him. Wow.
Then let us raise a banner. Something to let the people know that they are not alone.
Oh, that's what the liberation missions are then. They're dealing with tax collectors and helping the people push back.
The eyes of the city are upon that stage.
A Bostonian without his tea is a dangerous beast. William Johnson is smuggling the tea off.
Have you ever seen a barkeeper?
One of his men tried
that
to sell
armed
me
behind the bar.
A sample of what I refused.
It's got a small sword or dagger on one hip. It's got a gun on the other.
He's charging a king's ransom. Must be he's making a mint off.
I think we're going to be involved in the Boston Tea Party, aren't we, by the looks of this?
May I ask why you seek him, Connor?
He intends to purchase the land upon which my village stands.
So here's one of the guys on our wall.
Of my people.
No
that's trying to purchase the land.
Endeavor is financing the acquisition.
Yeah, if you stop buying games to PS Plus, yeah, I currently can't buy games while I'm waiting for the insurance and my accident to be sorted. So, but the PS Plus games are taking up plenty of time. There's always something new to try.
And I may know the play.
And to be fair, I enjoy the PS Plus games being different. I know everyone complains about them and says, "Oh, they're not that good this month," but they're free. And it's a chance to try something that you probably wouldn't try normally. If you had to go out and buy one of these games, like WWE Battlegrounds at the minute, say, it hasn't got a platinum, annoyingly. But I wouldn't have gone out of my way to buy it. But as it's free, I started playing it. I actually really enjoy it. It's quite arcadey. It's good fun. It's a good chilled out game. Annoying it hasn't got a platinum. But I wouldn't have gone out and bought it, so I would never have tried it. And I know people say, "Oh, it's rubbish," but it depends what you want from a game. You know, I love my RPGs, but at the same time, I love the old Assassin's Creed as well, where it's very linear and less RPG. It's having that willingness to try anything, I think, is where gaming really comes into its own. And I think you need to have an open mind about a lot of these. The new tennis game for this month's PS Plus games, I plan on doing that. Hopefully there's an episodic series about having a career, and we'll aim for the platinum, but at the same time, just have a bit of fun. That's the thing. It's all about having fun. And I'm willing to try most things. The only kind of genre of games I cannot stand is horror games. I'm just not a fan. I don't know what it is. I just can't get on with them. So this is William Molyneux. This is one of the guys we were talking about that was on our wall, trying to buy the land from the Native Americans. So Molyneux doesn't usually make the list of well-known revolutionaries, mostly because he didn't live to see the outbreak of the revolution. He died in 1774. He was, however, one of the major Whig agitators in the years before the war started, right up there with Samuel Adams and John Hancock. Molyneux was a British-born merchant and supported the Patriot cause. As far as revolutionaries go, that makes him a bit of an outlier. British-born colonists tended to be loyalists. He was Anglican as well, and those congregations decidedly British learning. However, you couldn't doubt Molyneux's devotion to the cause. He was known for being something of a hothead, so much so that he threatened people with death when the violated boycotts on British goods. That's spelt wrong. It should be when they violated boycotts. I was going to say, that's a spelling mistake by Sean, isn't it? That's why it read wrong. Seems a bit extreme. He'd have a bloody field day on forums. On the night of the Boston Tea Party, Molyneux disappeared from the crowd outside the Old South Meeting House. Though almost every other well-known revolutionary leader was there, still talking to the crowd. Molyneux was, of course, supervising the dumping of the tea. For this reason alone, I am prepared to call him the most evil man in history. So he's not the one I'm thinking, is he? He's working with Samuel Adams. I think I've just got that wrong in terms of who we're talking
Connor,
about.
Head back to the docks and see to the destruction of the tea.
There we go.
If you should need us, return here.
We're going to head back to the docks. So, we've passed the side objective. Bonus for us. We're going to have to go back and clear that later. So, Molyneux, the person I was just talking about, is actually on Adams and our side. I was thinking of the land person who's trying to buy all the land up. So I was talking about the wrong person.
You should get going.
Who is this person? Oh, he wants to play a game. I do want to get going. I'm trying to find the door. There we go. You tried the new tennis game yesterday, and I was terrible, so I hopped off after one game. Felt a bit clunky. Okay.
Pardon me.
Come
And yeah,
on,
I'm the
mate.
same as you. I can't stand horror games either. Good to know it's not just me. Oh, that's T. And he's running. Limit firearm use. Where has he gone? Head back to the docks. Oh, okay. I thought I was chasing after him, but I don't think I am. That's alright. I thought I was have to chase after him, so I was gonna hold off replying to your chat message, Jake. But we don't have to chase after him, luckily. I was getting a bit worried for a minute. Why have I got a marker there? Take that off. We're heading back to the docks, all over. We can fast travel, but we've got to limit our firearm use to less than 6. I don't know if it's worth fast travelling to the docks. We've got a harbour master there. I know we can explore, but I want to limit how much trouble we get ourselves into. So it might be worth fast travelling, to be fair. Yeah, so I reviewed it for the website I write for, and I did a lot of research. I haven't played it because it wasn't out then, but I did a lot of research into it, and a lot of people said it's a very good simulation, but the cards that you get to upgrade your player with make it more arcade than it needs to be. I hadn't heard clunky though, but my plan is to start recording some of it this afternoon, so I'll definitely know pretty quickly what you mean, I'm sure. I wasn't expecting to be clunky though. I expected it to be more of a simulation. One of those markers. So these markers here are liberation missions. So as we save that French guy just now, these are the same. They're tax collectors trying to take out the person. We have to liberate them by taking out the tax collectors, by the looks of things. Obviously, during this mission, I don't want to be doing them. But I'm going to fast travel near the docks. We can't fast travel because we are on a mission. Yeah, I'm just trying to limit how much trouble we get into, and I think I don't. Oh, that's a mission as well. We can intercept and destroy. Yeah, because we've got to be a bit careful how much fire. Dispose the tax collectors. I failed a mission, but I didn't aim to do it. Hang on a sec. Is that mission still there? It is. So I'm trying not to do the liberation missions because I don't want to use firearms, which in turn will ruin the mission we're on. But that just says I failed a mission. I didn't mean to fail. I just didn't want to do it. I'm assuming I can come. I don't want to do these when we're walking past them. I want to leave them until we're outside of the mission to do them, because I just think that's going to increase the issues. Yeah, we are failing them, but I'm assuming they reset. I'm hoping they do, because as I say, I don't want to be helping people at this point, because I just think we'll get ourselves in too much trouble. Right, we are getting towards the docks. Okay, use powder kegs to destroy the smuggled cargo. Limit the firearm use. So we've got to use powder kegs to destroy the smuggled cargo. Now we've got to limit our firearm use, and there are going to be enemies here. Destroy the smuggled cargo stocks. There are 3 of these to destroy, and obviously we're not welcome there by the soldiers. Now, we do have a gun, which I'm assuming will set off those. I'm trying to think of a way to do this without us getting ourselves killed really quickly. One is there, one is there, and one is there. Only allowed to do 6 shots maximum, so we've got to get this right. You're looking at a minimum of 3, aren't you, really, to do it? So liberation missions in Boston. So they actually have got a separate thing now. Disputed 20%. So we've basically got to clear all these missions to increase that percentage, I think. Maybe it wasn't quite good, I just had to get used to it, but I didn't play enough to see if it got any better. No, well, like I say, I'm going to have a go tonight, to this afternoon, hopefully start some recording of our career mode and see where we get to. It's an interesting concept. I'm not a massive tennis fan. I have played personally myself many years ago. I've watched Wimbledon a few times and other tournaments, but I wouldn't say I'm a massive fan. But I'm willing to give it a go. I think that's the important thing, is just to give it a go and see what happens. Open mind and all that. But yeah, I'll definitely, now you've said it's a bit clunky, I'll definitely be a little bit more aware. Right, how are we destroying this cargo? I don't know if 1 shot is enough. I'm in 2 minds. Right. It doesn't make a red marker, so I'm assuming I'm not close enough. I can kill the guards. I'm thinking I have to kill the guards. Is honestly what I'm thinking. We're in a restricted area now. There's barrels there. Oh, okay, I've got a plan. We need to move those barrels to destroy those. Obviously there's 2 guards here, so I'm going to have to try and take these guys out, I would have said. What's that below me? Barrels. That's what we need to destroy those. So actually I've got a plan. But yes, we're going to have to try and take out these guys and not get seen. We've been seen. One down. 2 down. We are wanted, so we've got to be a little bit wary of guards coming after us. I couldn't think of another way of doing that without taking out the guards first. Okay, I think we need to pick up the barrel and put it near the T. We're now incognito again, so that's even better. If we pick up the object, we go. I'm thinking we put it on or near and then shoot it. Is my thinking. I can't think of another way of blowing these up. Drop. I don't know how many of these you need to make a big bang. We shall see in a second. See the British flag there as well. Can't pick it up. You could say some of the controls for this are a bit clunky as well, to be honest. It definitely takes a little bit of getting used to. Another one there. I'm thinking we'll use all 3 barrels. There's 3 barrels here. So our plan is to use all 3. I'm hoping I don't need them for the other ones. I'm hoping they'll have barrels nearby as well. Just to make sure we actually do this and blow it up, I'm using all 3. I know the old saying, you're only meant to blow the bloody doors off. But I thought we'd at least make sure we don't miss. Okay. Do we think this is going to work? Or do we think I've messed up and this is going to go really badly wrong? Let's find out. That worked. That definitely worked. Oh wow. Okay. So that is 1 done. 2 to go. 3 barrels may be a bit overkill, but it did work. Ah, trying to climb across the boat. Wouldn't let me. Let's try again. So, next barrel. Looks like there's a few more guards this time. So this may be a bit trickier. And obviously we've got to be very careful of how many shots we use. Climb up. Alright, let's scope it out first. See if we can find how many people are here. It's definitely an important part. I think there's 3 enemy. 2 together there. And 1 there. Oh, and there's 1 further along the dock. Okay, so there's a few enemy here. I can't assassinate all these in one. I don't want to use my gun because we've got to limit how many times we shoot. I think that's quite important. I can't see another way of getting barrels to there. I think we're just going to have to fight them. Can't think another way. So let's fight. I could actually put my tomahawk on, to be fair. Currently all I'm using is my hidden blade. Where did these other guards come from? They weren't here a minute ago. We're just using a hidden blade currently, and we probably could use other weapons. I think that's all of them dealt with. Okay, so that done. Let's deal with, try and loot. Got to remember to loot as much as we can. It's something we haven't done enough of. But yeah, all I'm using my hidden blade. I don't know if I should be using tomahawk more. Although hidden blade definitely works really well. Okay, and now we've got to pick up the barrels. There is already one near it, actually. There's one just there. I don't know if it's close enough for us to do enough damage. Why was my camera not working? There we go. What do we think? See, I don't know if 3 was overkill last time. Oh, there's a guard over there. I'll be a little bit wary, I don't know. If he sees us, what will happen? There's 4 barrels around here at the minute. I'm thinking 2. I don't think we need to use the 3 this time. We'll try 2. See if it's enough. Hopefully. Okay. I think we've got it. We always try not to kill unless we have to, but I don't see a way of doing these without killing the guards. Fire in the hole. That works really well. Okay. At least between where the barrels are and the cargo and stuff, we have time to reload our gun. Obviously, we are using muskets for this time period, and they are only 1-shot muskets. So it does take a little bit of time between every shot. Well, we've got one more of these to do. Hopefully it goes as well executed as the previous ones. I can only hope. So far though, so good. Right, how many enemy do you think we've got? There's barrels there. And we'll try and get high. Try and get high. Get a vantage point, scope it out. Deal with the guards. There's one there and one there. They may only two. Oh. They may be. They may only two. This isn't too bad. A couple of fishermen out there. I think they're actually below me. They're there. I don't want to shoot them. We will try and assassinate if we can. Why do they have to walk around together? You'd think they'd just kind of leave each other alone. I possibly could get a barrel, stick it nearby, shoot her and run, rather than take them out, to be fair. Don't know how long they're going to stand there for, that's the question. There's a barrel right there. And they're moving again now, okay. I was going to leave them, because I could see a barrel, but they've decided to move. Right, we'll assassinate him. Perfect. And he's dealt with. What do we think? 2 barrels again? Probably be enough. Don't want to get this. Don't want to obviously not blow it up. But definitely okay for the amount of shots we fired, which is a bonus. And we're acquiring the full bullets and arrows again, so we don't have to spend money on arrows anymore. I'm hoping none of these civilians are going to be too close to this, because obviously RPG Assassin's Creed, you can kill civilians, nothing really happens. Old style Assassin's Creed, you kill a civilian, you use desynchronize. It is a massive no-no. As it should be. Right, final one. Fire in the hole. There we go. Oh well, this mission is not over. Liberate the district from Templar influence. It's now telling us. What is that? So we still got to limit our firearm use. So I've got to be very careful about firearms. Basically, I'm not going to use them. I think that's the only way, really. The new main mission is we need to liberate the district from Templar influence. Now, we can see it's disputed. Obviously these missions do help, but we have got a green marker, so we'll head there first, see what that entails. Yeah, we've got to try and limit the Templar influence. I feel like I should be using other weapons, but currently all I seem to be using is my hidden blade, but it is effective. Right, what have we got here? These are, I'm assuming it's a liberation mission. Dispose of the tax collectors. Yeah, we need to free this person. There's a lot of soldiers after us. I do feel the blade is really effective. Wow. There we go. We've got notoriety level 1. There's still another tax collector there. Tax collector's down. Well, he punched us. He's blocking us currently. Right. We have got notoriety level 1 on us, so I have to be a little bit careful now. Obviously all the spare money is definitely a bonus. So it says we're heading over there next. So is this picking liberation missions for us? Or do we just... I'm kind of in two minds what we need to be doing here. We're 60% disputed now. What are these? Town criers. Oh, that's how we can get rid of our notoriety, isn't it? Might be worth visiting one on our way. There's another liberation mission here. And there's obviously the Templar Fort. Our marker's down here. I'm kind of thinking we just need to do the liberation missions until we get 100% disputed. Is my thinking. So let's head to this one. We'll go to the town crier on the way. And hopefully pay him to get rid of our notoriety. Just to make our moving around easier. We've bribed him. We're now incognito. Right, liberate districts. There was another mission come up just a minute ago. So I'm assuming if we clear this one, that should increase. Dispose of the tax collectors.
It is not so much the amount. 3 pence a pound is hardly burdensome, but
Obviously soldiers do join in, so that's kind of makes these a little bit more difficult. I'm taking a few hits. Got a firing squad. Oh, that's not good. That wasn't what I wanted to happen. Right, I think there's one taxman to take down. Right, he's down. So, I think that's another one done. I'm assuming we just keep doing liberation missions until we've done enough to liberate the whole area.
the area's recent criminal flourishing is prompting a citywide clampdown. Patrols will be more frequent and invasive until the matter is laid.
I'm paying him so he doesn't, so he gets rid of our thing. We're gaining enough money from looting the bodies of the tax collectors.
It is not so much the amount.
I don't want to whistle.
3 pence a pound is hardly burdensome, but it has been imposed without
Right.
rendering us mere spectators about.
So, I think we're still doing okay. Our next location has moved, so I'm assuming we still need to liberate. We just got to keep doing this. We're now at 70% disputed. I'm assuming once it gets to 100, that's the mission. The green markers are just sending us to liberation missions, it seems. So that's where we'll head.
Strange happenings.
We're incognito again. I keep paying the town criers, which does help. The annoying thing about these is obviously we intercept the smugglers, destroy their merchandise. I can't see a smuggler. If I could see one, I would actually intercept him. We see a smuggler? We walk past one of them, they're normally carrying a crate, but I can't see one. While we're on a mission, yes, that's the only reason I'm doing it. I'm ignoring them, it's just while we're on mission. Just because I'm trying to get this mission done. And it's going to take us further away. There's I can't... So it says about intercepting the smugglers, but I can't see the smugglers. Oh, I think he's moving, actually. I think that might be why. I think this guy is actually on the move. Alright, our green markers changed the game. But yeah, just while we're trying to get this mission cleared, I just thought it was better to leave the Almanac pages and not worry so much about them. Just so we don't keep going off on a tangent. Well, there's a smuggler's mission here, but I don't know what it is. What's this one? This is a liberation, but I don't know what. Doesn't tell me anything. Oh, is that actually that he might be one of these guys? Okay. I don't know what this one is. One didn't actually do anything. Killed the guard. Let's see. Let's head to the green spot and see what that is. Intercept and destroy the smuggler's cargo. That's what we need to do. So where is the smuggler? Oh, I think he's ahead of us. There he is. Got to destroy his cargo. He's carrying a box, basically. His guards. I don't want to leave him for a minute. Obviously, the guards there are going to attack me the minute I do anything. We dealt with them. I think there's more than one of those to do. I think that's why our issue is, and the mission isn't moving forward, is we need to have destroyed these cargo things a couple of times. So let's try and get some. But yeah, I just think if we do the Almanac pages, we're going to not finish the mission for a while. What do you think? Do you think we should be doing as we go, even if we're on mission? Lots of soldiers around. So far, we're doing okay. I'm just trying to get... Well, I think this is another smuggler we've got to stop. Yes, I think it is. There he is. Obviously, I need to kill him. I'd rather not get the guards involved if I can help it. Ideally. There we go, 3 of 3. That's what that was. That's why we couldn't clear it. We need to do 3 of 3 of those. New firearm available in the shops, which is a duck foot pistol. And that's 100% synchronization. That is mission complete. Even better. Oh, you guys... I'm moving! Now leave, okay. Guys having a go at me. So we're going to go back and meet our friend again. We're 90% disputed. So it's not fantastic, but yeah, we needed to do 3 of the smugglers' interceptions to get the mission to finish. It didn't make that very obvious at the time. But we can head back now and talk to him. So, I'm assuming at some point we're taking on the Templar Fort. I will say the combat with the Assassin's Blade is easier than we've had with anything else. I probably should be using my Tomahawk a little bit, but Assassin's Blade works really well. Right, let's go and meet... Oh, okay, hang on. Why have we got approach the fort as a new mission? Let's say it's to approach the fort, but our main quest is over here. I've got a feeling we're going to have to go and take on the fort. I'm a bit unsure. I think that's what's going to happen next. Just because it's up there as a mission, but we haven't got a mission for it, if that makes sense. We're in 2 minds.
Stefan, what is wrong? Where is Sam Adams?
Who cares? I've been robbed! Ils vont me le payer, ces scélérats de merde!
Where are you going?
To
Right.
get back what's rightfully mine.
We've got to defend him. Limit time spent in open conflict to 15 seconds. Limit Chapo's health loss. I didn't see the whole of the mission. Limit his health loss to 33% and perform low-profile assassinations 5 times. That's the that's the optional objectives. Open combat, limit that is not going to be fun.
Oh! Regardez! Some pathetic redcoats waiting for a beating!
Come on.
I will match your face to your jacket, Captain!
Well, they're both down. 8 seconds left of open combat allowed. How does that work? I think the thought coming up is because we've lowered it to a certain amount, we're allowed to approach it now. Not that we have a reason to approach it. So he's gaining a group of people that are cheering for him. He's basically lost it. He's now opposing the lobsterbacks, the redcoats. We need to do some low-profile assassinations, 5 in total, if we can. Where's he heading now? He's going to attack these guys. Guaranteed he's going to go for these guys.
We are not English! We are not the king's men! We are French! But the king sends these redcoats to push us around! They are not our masters! This is our
Go,
city!
dump.
Let's show them who owns it! It's time to fight!
Yeah, he's basically inciting a riot, and we're trying to...
Stop and listen to me.
I've listened for long enough.
It's gone no way.
They come into my
We
home and take
need to do
my
4
things.
more
I
low-profile
will get my
assassinations.
revenge.
So
The
basically,
man
before
responsible
he
for this will
incites
pay.
them,
His friends will pay. Voilà trop longtemps que je subis ces affronts.
and we've got to stay out of open combat. Did I just get a double? Only counts as 1, unfortunately. But I thought I got a double then. Right.
Où que j'aille, l'Anglois croise mon chemin. Il me vole ma maison, il m'oblige à fuir mon pays. Et les voici qui veulent...
These are the big guys, so these are going to be a lot harder to kill. Come on. It's down. We had 2 seconds left there. 2 seconds of open combat left before we would have lost. Right, it's here. Where's the enemy? Where are you going for? Because I need to do still more low profile kills. I need 1 more low profile kill. And then the rest is just about limiting his health loss.
But this is not it.
Where's he heading now? This is not easy by any stretch. I think health-wise we're okay with him. He's going to head right. There is a group of soldiers here. There is indeed. This is the way he's heading. I need 1 more low-profile kill though. Right, we've done the low-profile kills. That is done. I think we may have passed the optional objective.
You stupid mongrel.
We may have done it. Soldiers have a number on their backpacks. No, I don't know what they mean. I'm assuming that's their regiment.
Nonsense.
Would be my guess. Would be its regiment.
Find out who. And if you can't, I'll gut you and find a smarter mongrel who can.
What do we do? Create a window.
Use your assassin recruits in combat or activate their unique abilities. Hold L1 to open your recruit wheel. Yeah, that would be my best guess. Knowing a little bit about the military, I would say regiment number or battalion number, one of the two. Okay, L1 is our recruit window. I've got to keep holding it. Hang on. Lock onto a target and send your allies to assassinate. I didn't mean to do that. I let go of it when I probably shouldn't have done.
Bloody hell are you?
That's the one way to assassinate. That's a meat cleaver.
Why? You have no right to rob people blind. By decree of the British Parliament or not.
British Parliament.
So we can recruit
I work for William
assassins.
Johnson.
Didn't know about that.
End his suffering cleanly.
And this guy's joining our brotherhood by the looks of it. Here's a meat cleaver, that's mad.
The people seem to have an ear for you. What are the things you lost?
The people listen to me only because I spoke the truth loud enough, which is worth 1,000 times the content of my footlocker. The English, they can keep my things.
You did well tonight.
I said I'd buy you an ale when you first helped me. In place of drink, I offer you my allegiance,
Nice.
for what it's worth.
Your aid is welcome, and I am grateful. Now, I need to find Sam Adams.
New weapon available in the shops, the Hessian axe. Mission complete. Did we do it 100%? I think we did. We did indeed. 100% synchronization. You hope he has a separate murder cleaver and a butchering cleaver. Hopefully. If he doesn't, it's not exactly good. Right, you have a new assassin recruit. Hold L1 open. We now have an assassin's guild. So this is out. We can do assassin contracts. There's 14 available. And then we can also riot. Okay. Let's have a look at the contracts. I can let go of there. So we've got one assassin recruit here. Quebec. We can send major to lead the siege. Okay. 0% success. Well, that's not a good start, is it? So you can gain XP by sending people on missions. Okay, let's have a look at the recent entries. William Johnson has got an update to his autobiography. In addition to treaty negotiations, Johnson was in charge of recruiting and leading Iroquois fighters during the French and Indian War. He only fought in one battle and he was awarded handsomely for his service, £5,000 and a baronetcy, so he got named a baron. That was a little above average for most people involved in that battle. He continued his close ties with the Kanakaka. In 1760, they gave him land totaling more than 300 square kilometres thanks to his work. However, Johnson burned some bridges in 1768 when he negotiated the Treaty of Fort Stanwix. He took much more land than the British had asked for, a windfall for him since he could then speculate on it, rather a tough sell to the indigenous nations who lived on the land. The treaty caused the war in Virginia, known as Dunmore's War. In an effort to stop more bloodshed and possibly cover his own arse, Johnson called for more negotiation, this time at Johnson Hall in 1774. So we learn a bit more about William Johnson there. What I actually want is to know what we've got to do with this, the Tea Act. The Tea Act passed in 1773 and it was an attempt by the British government to profit the British East India Company by allowing it to ship tea to the colonies directly from India, without having to go through Britain first. So the British East India Company was originally the leak for the next Assassin's Creed game, but we still don't know anything about it, and if it's going to happen. This made the tea much less expensive, even cheaper than the tea the colonists were smuggling from the Dutch, to avoid paying British taxes. The problem was that even the cheaper prices, the British government was still collecting tax on the tea, meaning buying the tea would run counter to the colonial no taxation without representation stance. The move was seen as, and probably was, Parliament's sneaky attempt to get the colonists to unconsciously agree to one tax, in the hope of implementing others. The colonists didn't fall for it, and attempts to force the loan of East India tea in Boston caused the Boston Tea Party, perhaps the worst tea party of all time. It wasn't even catered. You people are savages. King's Chapel. We went past this place. King James II ordered the building of this Anglican church in the 1680s, because he was a king, and a perk of the job is doing whatever they want. However, Boston was full of Puritans who had come to the New World precisely to get away from the Anglicans. Nobody was willing to sell land to the budding parish. In the end, the governor ordered that the church be built on top of the old public burial ground, the logic being that the dead couldn't complain. They're notoriously compliant. And there the church stands today. After the Revolution, the church was known as the Stone Chapel for several years. Kings not being particularly popular at the time, and calling a stone chapel the Stone Chapel was the best idea anyone could come up with at the time. I've never understood these people's need for independence. By the way, We gave birth to them. They were happy to suckle on the teats in their infancy. There were a few toddler wobbles, but as soon as they got into their teenage years, all they could bang on about was their independence. So they stormed out. We know they'll be back eventually to borrow money or to get us to wash their clothes, and we'll forgive them because we're older and wiser. So he's likened the people moving to the colonies away from Britain to get away from the Anglicans as children who always come back eventually. Stefan Chapeau, I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce his name. He's a Boston militiaman and served as a cook in the years leading up to the Revolution. Chapeau was born in what's now Canada. Oh, so I assumed he was French, but he's French-Canadian, I would have assumed. Near modern-day Montreal, his father was a cook for the French army. He was killed in the fighting on the Plains of Abraham. After his death, Chapeau took on work as a chef in Montreal and moved to Boston in 1764. While his personal letters indicate he was looking for a less complicated life, he was just in time for the unrest that preceded the revolution. Fortunately for Chapeau, he didn't actually want a quiet life, and as it happened, the tension in pre-revolution Boston suited him exactly. Which is weird, because who enjoys tensions? Apart from a scientist studying surface tension as an effect of intermolecular attraction. Give me a minute to stop laughing. Chapeau was a man in search of a cause, and he found it in the Patriots. He was an enthusiastic supporter of the Sons of Liberty, participating in their 1765 protests around the Stamp Act. He was present when the crowds ransacked Governor Hutchinson's house in 1765, probably egging on the mob. He was also one of the crowd that witnessed and partially caused the Boston Massacre. Chapeau didn't limit himself to protests. I have several fines for him on the books in the 1760s and 70s for public drunkenness and brawling. It seems he couldn't keep out of a fight when the opportunity arose, and in pre-revolution Boston, there was always an opportunity. It was a wonderful time to be an angry drunk. The world was your oyster. So, we need to work out how we use these assassins. Chapeau. Cool. I wasn't far off then. Right, so L1 is their assassins. But I can't see how we use them. So this is abilities. Let's have a look. Can't press anything, and I can't do that. We have contracts. We can go to Quebec. That's the only one I can do. Okay, so currently, if I assign him, I'm not going to send him. He has a 77% success rate. We gain £250, 40 XP for whoever goes, and we gain hair meat. I'm assuming we just keep sending these guys out as much as possible. Would be my thinking. They then get better, and he's currently level 0 recruit. We obviously want him to level up. I'm assuming that's what we do. We need to recruit more, which I haven't seen how we recruit yet. Let's send him out and see what happens. Initiate Fort St. John. The following crew has been unavailable for 2 minutes. We've lost him for 2 minutes. Oh, I can move around. There's none available there, though. And they all go harder. I couldn't move originally. So all these red places are where you can send your assassins. Which we didn't see. And Quebec is the current. Riot, we can choose to riot pressing L1. The fort is still coming up as on our mission log as well. And I don't know why. As I'm assuming we've got the place down enough. We've liberated it. So, okay, so I'm assuming, and this is only an assumption on my part, there is a liberation contract there. We have liberated this area of Boston. Although there is a liberation contract there, I don't know what that means at this point. We're still working this out as we go. You like the assassin mission mechanic? Send them out and wait for them to come back and they level up. It's an interesting one. I'm assuming we recruit more by liberating more areas. So we liberate South Boston. I'm assuming we gain another contact who will then be recruited. North Boston is the same. That's kind of my assumption. I don't know what happens if we take the fort. Our next main quest is there. I know the shop has new items. We could probably buy the last Boston map. I think we've got enough money now. It might be a shout. But yeah, I don't know why we've got another liberation contract if we've already liberated. Unless that leads us to somewhere else. I'm still learning as we go. A lot of this I'm finding isn't very self-explanatory. You do have to kind of figure it out. We're going to head to the shop, I think. Gain the last map. We've got £2,477. So we can gain another map at least. There is an Almanac here as well, I think. Let's just double check. I'm pretty sure that viewpoint's been done. I think if the wings are spread, it means we've done the viewpoint. I know there's an Almanac outside. We'll get it once we come out of the shop. But yeah, so far so good. We haven't got anything to sell, that's fine. We have got some new weapons. I don't want a sword. So heavy weapons, we've gained one now. We can have a Hessian axe. I don't think it's worth having at this point. Mainly because we're firearms. Let's have a look. Duckfoot pistol. Cost 5,999. This multi-barrel pistol can fire 3 bullets at once. Named after its duck-foot shape, it's intended to scatter fending groups at close range. It's basically a shotgun pistol. As such, it's become a popular choice for jail keepers and naval officers looking to discourage mutiny. I bet. It's a lot of money, though. We'll stick to our flintlock, I think, at this point. We still can't open up the system missions. That's fine. Right, maps. So we have one central Boston map for chess. I think we should gain that now. It's not brilliant. It doesn't look very good, does it? So we can gain the next one. That leaves us £900. The frontier chest we need 3,000. Feather maps still need more. Page map is 5,000. Trinket map. Yeah. So at least we've gained something. Do we go? What do we got in the? A convoy has returned to the homestead. Profits £182. We kind of knew that. That's fine. I don't know what. So should we craft? There's loads of things we can craft. 82% of consumables. So snares, rope darts, arrows. That's consumables. We haven't got the resources. So we gained a lot of these. Wigs we can now craft. I'm assuming once we craft them, they're worth a lot more money to sell. Trading, land convoy. Charcoal. We can stockpile these. Herbs. Hunting. Beaver pelts. There's a lot of beaver pelts there. I wonder if it's worth 2. Okay, how many can we buy? We can buy 5 beaver pelts. They're for £800. How much are they each? They're £160 each. How much profit will we make if we trade them? Beaver pelt. Oh, that's a lot of money. 414. The risk is really low. We obviously have to pay tax. But we bought 5. If we sell all 5, we're definitely going to make a lot of money. So we bought 5 for 800. We're selling 3 at £1,243. That's definitely worth doing. Risk is 10%. I'm assuming there's a chance your convoy gets stolen or lost. And obviously we are paying tax, 30%. But we'll send the convoy. Always good to have things out and about every opportunity. It's money, it's income. I'm hoping that then enables us to do more. So yeah, we've got to keep an eye on little notices to say convoys arrived. Assassin is back. I think the more we can send people out, the better. Right, where is this? It's there, I see it. But yeah, I think we'll constantly be keeping an eye on those kind of things. And the more we can send things out, the better. There we go, Almanac page got. That's the first one of 1736 volume 1. Fairly simple to grab. Can you use your own hunting goods for crafting and trading convoys? I think we can use our own as well. It does give us a chance. We haven't actually got any goods. We sold all ours, didn't we? But previously we did look and we were able to use our own stuff. So I think we don't have to keep buying it, but obviously the artisans are also producing goods. So that means we can use those as well. Okay, the main quest is there. There is an almanac there, so I think we'll go for the almanac, then head for the quest. We've kind of done everything, I don't know what the vigilantes are. We've kind of done everything in this middle area now, to a point. So we'll head for the almanac. But yeah, you can use your own goods as well. Just currently we sold all ours, so we don't have any. But yeah, I think the collectible maps, sooner we have them, the better. It's kind of what we're spending our money on, isn't it? Right, we've got to keep an eye on where this goes. They're not that difficult. They're not as difficult as I thought they would be, because you can grab them at any point as long as you're close enough. Are they blocking the road? No, they're just walking past. Recruit, successful. Mission complete, Fort St. John. The following recruits have gained 40 XP. We've earned £250 and gained hair meat. Nice. I'm assuming, but there's none available there. So we can now go to the Battle of Quebec. So these are all the missions available. This is, I'm assuming, this is a hair pelt we gain from this one. I'm assuming we just have to do one at a time, by the looks of this. There's none of the first one's there. It's a 3-star though. So the more you do, the more money and stuff you get. That's complete, so that means we can't actually do that one again now. Once it's complete, it's done. So we can send him back out. This will take him 5 minutes. He'll gain another 40 XP. Our success rate again is 77%. Let's send him out. I'm assuming the idea is to clear all of them. Is what I'm thinking. So it's another 5 minutes. Let's send him. He can go. Off he goes. We gained £250 so for that, and we gained XP for the Assassin's Guild, which is always a bonus. Let's just have a look at that. This is complete in progress, available 14 contracts. I can't look at anything. Right, Almanac is nearby. I want to try and spot it before we get to it. It's there. I want to try and get to it before it flies. Like from the other side, I'm thinking. Try and make it fly into us. "10 minutes for the land convoy to get to us." Right, where is it? Oh, so although I thought I was being clever for making it come to us, I wasn't. We got it. Almanac achieved. They're not as bad as I thought they would. And it's the first page of 1936 volume 2. We've still got the approach to fort telling us to do that. And obviously, I don't want to. What is that? I've just noticed a new marker on the map. What is that? That's a courier. I don't know what a courier does. I feel like we want to be stopping him though. It's red, it's an enemy, but it's a courier. I can't get him from here, I've gone the wrong way. He's gone. Next time we see a courier, we want to try and intercept just to see what it is. But I'm assuming because we liberate now, we can attack the fort, but I don't know what that entails. Right, this is our next main quest. This is the tea party itself. We're actually playing through what happened in Boston around this time, which is interesting amongst itself, but actually we're involved. We've already seen the Boston Massacre.
We wait for the signal. What signal?
This meeting can do nothing further to
And we're
save
trying to
the
liberate
country.
the colonists, the locals, the indigenous people from the British rule. So far, so good.
Evening, gentlemen. Shall we be off?
No.
What's the matter?
I have spent today drawn from one bit of madness to another with nothing to show for it. Before I go any further, I would like to know exactly what it is you intend.
Of course. First, we make our way to Nathaniel Bradley's house to fetch the rest of our little group. Then it's on to Griffin's Wharf, where we board the ships and dump the tea. Simple as that.
Simple seems a bit charitable.
Cheer up, Connor. For tonight, we are all victors.
I don't really think
The Sons
Connor
of Liberty
understands
get to
exactly
send a
what's
message to
happening.
England
I know
and
he's
rob
helping,
William
and he feels
Johnson
it's
of
good
his
for his people.
financing. Your village will be saved.
And his ultimate goal is to save his
I've an
village.
idea. Why don't you lead the way?
But
That should keep us out of any further trouble. Am I right?
I don't think he truly understands exactly what they're doing and the way they're doing it. I think he wants more action, whereas they're doing it intelligently. I don't think he understands that. That's the problem.
Damn it, more guards.
We need to turn the crowd's anger to our advantage.
Say the word, Connor, and I will make it so.
We've sent the staff and the chapeau away, but he's here with us. We need to kill 15 guards. According to that. Okay, we've got more database. Sons of Liberty. So they were the name given to a number of protest groups that formed the protest of the Stamp Act and stayed together after to organise anti-British rallies and enforcing boycotts in the lead-up to the revolution. It was like a friendly club for angry men. Although the groups would later become more coordinated, they started separately. Sons of Liberty was the usual choice for the name because it was a popular phrase meaning colonists at the time. As you might predict, given the name, the Sons were mostly middle class, and yes, male. Merchants, lawyers and politicians. Paul Revere was likely a member of the Boston group, to give you an example. The Sons, in all of the colonies, weren't above using violence and intimidation to get their way. Who was? They threatened all the stamp distributors into resigning, with the Boston group going so far as to destroy the local distributor's office and parading through town before he quit in a very public and likely terrified resignation speech. Given that it probably won't surprise you to learn they earned a reputation of being the radical wing of the Patriots, rallying the people and sometimes losing control of them. Public protest in Boston turned into an angry mob, burned the governor's mansion, and some groups of the Sons were also known to tar and feather British officials and sometimes lawless. You know, standard good guy stuff. What a really terrific way to blow off steam. I don't think we got any other recent entries. I think that was it. So we need to deal with the guards. Now, do I switch? Currently we've been using a hidden blade a lot. I might go to our assassin tomahawk, just to give it a go. I also think we might use our bow. I didn't change that one, did I? There we go. We can still assassinate. We can actually send our assassin to go and assassinate as well. If we mark them up. There's a lot of guards there. We need to kill 15 guards. That's all we've got to do. I kind of don't want to do it stupidly. If we can do it discreetly, I think that is the better option. Although I think whatever happens, we're about to get ourselves into a fight. I don't think I can get close enough to assassinate. What have we got here? Your assassin groups, they're not here, that's fine. I can send him to assassinate. For a minute I could do it. I think it's because he's not here. Do we just attack? Full on attack? I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, but I just think maybe a full on attack is their best option. Hello, how are you? Yeah, you're down. That's one way to do it. To be fair, that tomahawk is pretty cool. There we go. That's them. That's that lot of guards done. We didn't. I should have probably used. We gained £250 and 40 XP for the assassin mission. I kind of want him with us because he can actually help us now. We won't send him off for the minute. Wonder how if many Americans are offended or angry about the database. Sean has strong pro-British bias and is very snarky. It's a very good point, actually. I need to find someone who's played it that lives in America and to see how they take his sense of humour. Obviously, the Americans, and this is no disrespect to them, they have a different sense of humour to us. You see that in their comedians and things like that. So yeah, I'm curious to see how they deal with this. It's a very good point. Right, we've dealt with those. We've now got 9 more guards to take out. We'll keep our assassin with us because I think he will be able to help us. This is going to be a big fight, isn't it? Oh, that's what I've got to avoid. I can't remember what we need to press to avoid that. I have called for help, so Chapeau is here. We are taking some damage. It's definitely timing the counter. The parry and counter is definitely important to really time it. There we go, guards are down. That was a lot easier than expected. I thought that was going to be a lot harder than it was. This is a merry bunch of men about to drop the tea. The crowd is here as well. What is he? He's seen something. Guards are coming.
We need to keep those bastards at bay while the tea is being dumped. Let me help. I'm yours to command.
I love his meat cleaver. I'm assuming we need to dump crates. We need to. Oh, okay. I don't know what a musket air assassination is. But so we need to dump tea. Where is it? Right, there's guards over here. We need to throw these guys into the water as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to do the optional objectives for this. I've just fallen in the water. Okay, another one's down. There's a group of soldiers over here. We need to throw tea. What? It says about throwing tea in, but I don't know where the tea is. Oh, here we go. Look, tea. That didn't go in the water. That was not very good, was it? Okay, we need to throw 10 crates of tea in the water. That's number 2. We need to throw redcoats in the water as well. I don't think we're going to manage to throw them in the water, are we? Because I've no idea how we do that. Unless I pick them up, maybe. So actually, if I pick him up, Maybe I can throw him in the water. Okay, didn't count towards throwing him in, I don't think. Got to keep an eye on how much health my people have got as well. Yeah, throwing the red coats in the water, I didn't gain any of that. My guys are getting hurt, so I've got to go and help them. I've got no idea how I throw them in the water though, that's the problem. Still got to dump tea, because the tea's the important part. But yeah, the optional objectives here, I think I may have a little bit of an issue with. My guys are losing health, so I've got to, I can't just double T. Because they're getting hurt. Right, there's no one down. We got any more tea around? Yeah. No? I need tea to throw. Nine, 97. I think we've done it. We didn't achieve all the objectives.
Done it.
Mainly because I don't know how to throw the enemy in the water. So this one we will have to come back for. Oh, look who it is.
Gunner? We saved the last one for you.
They're watching on, knowing that we're ruining their business. We are going to make ourselves a target though, aren't we? But he is making a point.
Best we get out of here, huh?
Right, we now have a new weapon available. So we didn't do the optional objectives. We didn't throw enough tea in the water. We didn't do a musket assassination. Mainly because I've got no clue what it was. And we didn't throw any enemies into the water either. So we'll have to go back and do that one to try and get 100% completion once we've finished everything else. So this was the Boston Tea Party. This has been updated. I don't know where the update is. Tea chest destroyed, a most curious and remarkable event took place on Griffin's Wharf. So this is a newspaper article. We have seen these are very one-sided previously, so we'll see what it says this time. An assemblage of individuals dressed in buckskin, whose with faces painted in the fashion of Indian natives, convened at the wharf and proceeded aboard the Dartmouth, the Elena, and the Beaver in orderly manner. These Indians, or perhaps know as was the general discernment of those who witnessed these events, equipped themselves with small hatchets, which they denominate as tomahawks. So this is being made to make it sound like the Indians did it, although, as you saw, they didn't. These ships held within their cargoes chests of tea numbering 3 to 400. The commanders of the vessels have publicly declared that if the rebels, as they were pleased to style the Bostonians, should not withdraw their opposition to the landing of the tea before the following day, they should be on that day forced on the shore under the cover of the cannon's mouth. Once aboard, the presumptive Indians opened the hatches and made to take out the chests of tea and throw them overboard, first cutting and splitting the chests with their tomahawks, as thoroughly to expose them to the effects of the water. In about 3 hours, they had thus broken and thrown overboard every tea chest to be found in the ships. During the time they were throwing the tea overboard, there were several attempts made by some of the citizens of Boston and its vicinity to carry off small quantities of tea for the family use. To effect that object, they would watch their opportunity to snatch up a handful from the deck where it had become plentifully scattered and put it into their pockets. Some of these same were met with kicks and hooting by the presumptive Indians. That didn't happen either. Earlier on this day, there was a meeting of the citizens of the county of Suffolk convened at Old South in Boston for the purpose of consulting on what measures might be considered expedient to prevent the landing of the tea or secure the people from the collection of the duty. At that meeting, no satisfactory answer was obtained. After inquiries sent to Governor Hutchinson, Mr. Adams concluded with the observation that the meeting could do nothing further to save the country. Beyond the chest of tea, there was no damage done to any of the ships. The destroyers of the chests were seen to sweep the decks clean of tea leaves after the chests had been thrown to sea. Hello, Keller. How are you? Thank you for the like. So, the newspaper is making out the Indians threw the tea in the water, as we know from what's happened. That wasn't true. Not 100%. There was obviously a bit of it, but it wasn't what they said. So the Boston Tea Party, this was one of the key events leading up to the American Revolution. Protesters, some dressed in faux native garb, so fake. So the protesters wore fake native outfits, boarded 3 ships docked in Boston Harbour and threw their cargoes of tea overboard to protest British taxes. Throwing tea into the harbour probably broke a world record for making the biggest cup of tea ever, though if his one statement guaranteed to Nirvana Britain, is the unnecessary waste of perfectly good tea. So simple enough, but the lead up is a bit more complex. The East India Company actually wanted to sell the tea to all the colonies at a cut rate to boost its flagging profits. While the taxes on the tea would have been paid to the British, the instant the tea was unloaded in Boston Harbour, and the colonists had a long-standing problem with paying taxes to Britain when they had no representatives in British Parliament. Offering discount tea while still collecting the tax on it was viewed by the colonists as a trick to get them to agree to Parliament's authority over them. Protesters turned back ships carrying tea to New York and Philadelphia, and if that had happened in Boston, the problem would have been solved. Unfortunately, the governor of Boston wouldn't let the tea ships leave once they were in the harbour. I guess he figured the public would come round eventually and just pay the tax, because everyone likes a bargain. But that never happened. In fact, protests got bigger and bigger until a meeting at the Old South Meeting House. A mob broke away from the crowd there and dumped the tea, solving the impasse and wasting the tea. I shuddered as I wrote that. The British reacted to protest sending British troops under Thomas Gage to occupy the town. They also closed the Boston Harbour. Part of several laws they created to punish the colonists that were dubbed the coercive acts. Of course, these laws didn't gain them any sympathy with the colonists, and led failure to the outbreak of the revolution. Tea is important business. You don't know what game to start the day, Death Stranding or Witcher. You got a choice, haven't you? Always got a choice. Right, so that's mission achieved. We dumped the tea. We achieved what we set out to do. There are now new items in the shops. I'm curious what this liberation mission contract is. And our next mission is actually back on the frontier. So whilst we're here, do we do a bit more here? Obviously, we've got this fort. I don't know anything about it, but there is a fort here. It doesn't tell us what to do with it. I think, let's go for the Almanac. I want to have a look at this liberation contract, mainly because, obviously, we've liberated this part of Boston, but I don't know what the liberation contract entails or what it means. So it'd be worth having a look. We're not wanted or anything, that's a bonus. We've got £2,000 on us. I don't know how we've managed to get so much money. But we have. Alright, where are you going? Is it going up? I think it is. Let's over to our right. I think I've lost it. It's above me. It is still above. I know where it's going, roughly. There it is. Come on. I've lost it. Yeah, the Almanac's gone. I did lose that one, unfortunately. There are more nearby, there's another one over here. There's treasure chest down there as well. Let's go for the Almanac. We'll go for the Almanac over there while we're here. And then from there, I want to go to this liberation mission. There are men here. I think they're on the floor. No, they're up there. I'm assuming we shouldn't be heading there. Get down now. They're warning us. A little bit of a fall. Right. It's on top of that building there, so I obviously need to get up. There we go. Almanac. Gained. That's the second page of 1737's volume 1. Okay, there is a chest here, but it is a red area. I'm assuming probably best to leave it for the time being. Let us head to Liberation so we know what it is. Obviously the main quest is taking us back to the frontier, I believe. That is something we've got to look at. But I just want to see what this Liberation mission is first. It's a different place at night, isn't it? Little small alleyways and things. I'm just curious to what this Liberation mission is, because obviously we've liberated this whole area. And this one came up afterwards. So I just want to see what it is, in case we gain a new recruit before we send. Disgruntled citizens are scattered throughout the city. Interact with them to start a riot. Right, let's see what this quest entails. Although that trophies in Death Standing come naturally, you're 14 trophies today for looking for them. That's what you want. Natural trophies are always the better trophies. Right. So we can play a game. But there is a guy here. Right, Daniel Boone. This is the Animus database. This is a new character we haven't met before. Daniel Boone was a hunter and trapper who, through skill and luck, went on to become a near-mythic figure in stories about the American frontier. Wow, okay. Boone was born in Pennsylvania but moved with his family to North Carolina in 1752. He travelled to the frontier frequently on hunting and trapping expeditions across modern-day North Carolina, Florida and into Kentucky. The list goes on, but I'll stop it there because it's just a list of places, and that can be quite tedious. Boone is sometimes credited with discovering Kentucky, which is ridiculous and I'm fairly sure someone else must have seen it once. But he did have a major role in its colonisation by Europeans. In 1773, Boone headed for the interior of Kentucky with a group of settlers with the intention of starting a town. Now, the Kentucky interior had technically been ceded to the British after the Treaty of Stanwix, but not all of the indigenous residents agreed with the treaty or the incursion onto their traditional lands. Boone's group hadn't gone far when the party was attacked. Boone's son was captured and tortured to death, and the colonists left. However, Boone went back in 1775 when he was hired by a Transylvania company to blaze a trail to the interior, known as the Wilderness Trail. Boone settled in the area, founding the town of Boonesborough, Oregon, which he later helped to save from attack by Shawnee warriors in the opening years of the Revolution. He named a town after himself. Boone was made famous in his later years, not so much by his adventures, though he had many, which I'm sure he'd tell you about, but by books written about his life, some of which contained, let's just call them historical inaccuracies. The one where he wrestled a 60-foot manfish springs to mind. So they made up stories about what he'd done in his life. A 60-foot manfish. Okay. In reality, Boone wasn't one to embellish his experiences, which may be why people felt the need to do it for him. So he wasn't one to blow his own trumpet, but other people did it for him and made it bigger than what it was. I wonder if we can recruit him then, and that's why we're here. So let's talk. It's a liberation contract.
How was your ale?
Peace, but it gets the job done.
That's not the same guy.
My father would be disgusted. But after a day's work with you, a man needs to unwind. I would prefer a nice bottle of wine, but these colonies lack refinement.
Your father?
That's not the same person.
Mon père, he was a great man. A cook in the French army during the 7 Years' War. He marched all across the White North, feeding Louis-Joseph de Montcalm and his officers, cooking them feasts from sticks and berries. When the commander-in-chief opted for open conflict over manning the battlements of Quebec, every man was called to arms, including my father. He died on the field. But I'm told he fought ferociously.
It matters little. He's gone now.
He would be proud of you.
This is my one hope. That he smiles upon the choices I've made.
Okay. So, although I'm a little bit confused, because we could talk about we gained information about a new person, and I assumed we could then go and do something, but instead we just had a conversation with his dad. That treasure there is no longer red anymore. Yeah, a little bit confused with that, as I'm sure. So we can obviously talk to him. We just did.
Connor, do you have time to sit?
See if he says anything else.
I do.
Good. I have been meaning to ask you. How did you
But
come
I thought
to
that was a mission, but I don't think it is.
I did not ask for it, but I feel it was meant to happen. I was just a boy when I met Achilles. He made me a warrior.
What I'm thinking is,
that easy?
we'll try and clear this kind of area
I
of
miss
anything
the
that's there
kitchen,
that
if
we
you
can
can believe
see.
it. I had more control in that world than I ever will in the one we inhabit. But more people get to taste the fruit of my labor in this line of work, and for that, I am satisfied.
We may change things yet, if we press on.
We can obviously send him out on a mission
Frenchmen
when
from the
we're
north
ready as
never
well.
grow weary. Just ask the women.
Okay, so here's now, there's nothing on the map now. Obviously there's games here. Why is there a B there? So there is a B here, but I can't do anything with it. There's a peddler. Peddler? Assuming someone who peddles goods. Doesn't peddler mean stolen normally? See if there's anyone else we can talk to. There is someone else we can talk to. Who is this guy? Oh, he wants to play a game. I'm not overly worried about games at this point. I think the peddler must be outside. There's a band. I don't think there's anything else in here. Yeah, I think that is everything, I think. Obviously we can play the game. So unless it's just more story. We've obviously liberated. Chapeau is now with us. Maybe it is just a little bit of story, just to give you a little bit of an insight into the character. I think that's possibly what that is. So let's have a look at the assassin missions. I can't do anything with abilities. He has completed 2 missions for us so far, Chapeau. This one, we'll have a look, see if he can do this one on his own. We gain pelts, we gain money. He will gain a level up. We've done 2 missions of 77% so far and both been successful. So we'll give it a go. It's going to take 8 minutes, so we'll see if he's successful. If he is, he should level up. So that marker is now back again. All I can think is the marker is there because that is where Chapeau is. I can't gain anything from it. Doesn't give me a contract. And maybe we need to do more story and then we'll get a contract. Maybe. That may be what I'm missing. Right. There's an almanac we're going to grab here. There is a treasure as well we can go and do. And then I suppose we head back to the frontier to see what's next. Okay, I think I need to climb up here. Try and grab this almanac. I think this is the one that we got away from us last time. Got it. I love the fact these aren't that difficult to grab. It's the page number 3 of 1737 volume 1. They're nowhere near as bad as I thought they were going to be. Right, there is an almanac there as well. Let's clear that one and then treasure. And then I suppose we're heading back to the frontier. Because we've been there twice now and nothing is there. Just conversations with Chapeau. So Almanac, treasure, and then we've cleared this lower half. Obviously we've got the fort, but I've got no reason to go there. Which is a little bit annoying. I kind of want a reason to head there. More than just go ourselves. Didn't quite work the way it was intended. Ladder outside the house. Okay. There are soldiers here. It's because I'm running, obviously, parkour. Running is R2, parkour is R2. So you do have a little bit of a difficulty sometimes with that. Well, are they going to let me... No, they're not probably going to let me pass. I don't want to cause a fight for no reason. So we'll use the main road, I think. Right, Almanac is over here. We're going to go for this one, then we'll go for the treasure. And then... Frontier, I think. Unless anyone else have any other suggestions at this point. Okay. So this Almanac is there. There are also guards on the roof. Where's it going? It's over there. I think I need to go up. But I'm wary because of the guards. I don't know if I can catch it. I think it's going to go. No, we got it. Obviously we need to get out of here before that guard decides to kill us. So we got it. Page, the second page of 1736, volume 2. Nicely done. Right, there is a chest over here. Let's go and grab that while we're here. And then we will head back to the frontier. Still got peg leg. There's loads to do. It's just deciding on what order you want to complete things. Story, I think, is the most important thing currently. Collectibles and stuff can come later, but I do think story is important. The orphans are coming near me again. Right, so this is red. We are not welcome on that area, and there is a chest, and is surrounded by troops. Now, does that mean it's mission related? Or is it just going to be quite hard to grab? I wonder if it is mission related. Because there are a lot of soldiers there. So yeah, it could be mission related, couldn't it, I think. Right, so we might hold off on that for a minute. We can fast travel nearby whenever we want to, so it's not a massive issue. So there's a zoom out. Let's see where the mission is taking us. I'm assuming we're going to the frontier. Davenport Homestead. It is indeed. Our next mission is here. So we can fast travel to here and then head to this mission. I think it does seem like the main story is definitely the thing you should concentrate on, especially early on. We have done some of the collectibles, like the Almanac pages in Boston, but it does seem like a lot of what you should be doing is the main story. As we're still learning different things, the assassin thing only came up via the main story, so I feel like there's more to that. We do need to go hunting at some point as well. As we've used all our gains, our pelts, we sold them all. Right, let's see what the mission is here. And who is it? Right, what is Achilles looking at here now? Let's see. Yeah, the focus is definitely seems to be on the main story. Do as much of that as possible.
It is done.
Johnson is dead?
No. He retreated when we destroyed the tea.
Only to hatch some new scheme, I'm sure.
He seems disappointed we didn't kill
You
him.
should have killed
There we go.
him.
There was no need.
Time will tell.
Ah.
If you speak the truth.
So Achilles, as an ex-assassin, he knows, obviously, killing is the end result. 6 months later.
Why are you here? Has something happened?
William Johnson has returned with all the money required to buy our land. He meets with the elders as we speak. I have begged him to resist, but I fear he shall have his
So he has
way,
returned the
unless you
god. We should have
intervene.
killed
How
him.
is this possible? We destroyed the tea.
The Templars are nothing if not resourceful. You should have heeded my warning.
Yeah, Achilles knew this would happen.
You have to stop him.
Of course. Can you tell me where they're meeting?
Right, we need to go and kill Johnson, I assume, now. So the mistake was made. Connor, being naive, thought destroying the tea would be enough. And actually, it wasn't. But it does show his naivety. He thought that what he did would be enough. We're heading to the frontier. And we can actually fast travel nearby, which is a bonus. But yeah, he thought he was doing the right thing. Whereas Achilles knew the only way of ridding Johnson completely is to kill him. But I think this still shows that growing up side of Connor. He isn't this established, weathered veteran of an assassin. He's still a young man, still learning the ways. And learning what's needed of him. So I definitely like the fact it doesn't make you kill people without a reason. I like that. Right, we are notoriety level 1. Oh, that said about crafting new weapons. Why did that say about crafting new weapons? I'll press on. It's that one there. Came up and said, go to DNA tracker. That's Animus database. There's no recent entries, that's fine. Sure, I swear that just said how to craft new weapons. Obviously, we're currently on season 6, and we didn't do that one correctly. Oh, these are the side missions, liberation clubs. I don't know why it said about doing crafting weapons. Right. Obviously, enemies, if they spot us, will kill us, or go for us at least. I'm going to change back to Hidden Blade. I don't think I want to use a musket that often. I think I want to stick to the proper traditional weapons. So I can hear noises, animals, I think. I want Hidden Blade because I think we're going to need to assassinate and I want to have it ready. But if I miss the assassination, we can still attack with Hidden Blade. Right, this is our brother. I think is he brother or cousin? Hostile negotiations, sequence 6.
Izzy not gonna daradit ganus gene Johnson si unja der rocksta. Gwahigan si what ne ganun haradun hagedin.
Alright, so the water is well guarded. Okay, coercive acts, let's have a look. The coercive acts, sometimes called the intolerable acts, were a series of laws passed by the British Parliament in response to the Boston Tea Party. So we destroyed the tea, the British have retaliated with the intolerable acts or the coercive acts. Among other things, these laws replaced the elected Massachusetts legislature with an appointed one and closed Boston Harbour until the East India Company was reimbursed for the tea, which, let's be honest, was never going to happen. The acts were a major blow against Massachusetts' economy and self-government. The acts got the name because British Parliament hoped the crackdown would coerce the citizenry into behaving like good little colonists and stop the violent protest, lest the same thing happened to them. Unfortunately, the acts had the opposite effect, made it easier for Whigs to argue for independence, and difficult for the Loyalists to argue that Parliament had their best interests at heart. It seems nobody likes a bully. So the British were trying to bully the colonists because of what happened at Boston Tea Party, and the colonists were fighting back. We've got to reach the meeting hall atop the cliff, And the optional is to reach them undetected. Sorry about that. Obviously, we know the water is well guarded, which means this is not going to be fun. Can't. Okay, still can't see any people. I'm being cautious just because I don't really know what we're going to face. Okay, this is the red area. So we've got to get up there undetected. Now, if we can try and... I think our assassin's back. And I don't think I can do anything. We've acquired £300. So I'm assuming this mission was successful, but I can't look at it because we can't do this from the frontier. There's a bear there. We need a bear. We need to kill him with a hidden blade as part of our mission. Our hunting missions. And there's a bear. I don't want to take him on, but I don't know what happens about being undetected. We'll have to have a search for bear another time. Right, from here, where can we go? Obviously the water, the reeds, I'm assuming we can hide in. I don't know how easy it is to climb up. That's the thing. I'm thinking we can jump in the water. I can hear, there's two bears, look at that. There's guards there. To do this undetected is the problem. I've got a feeling we can get along that top line there. I just don't know how easy it is to climb up. Okay. Obviously I want to avoid the guards where possible. There is a guard there. Too far away for him to show up. Let's jump him. Dive down for a minute. Want to be in the reeds. I'm assuming I'm hidden at this point. I'm assuming I am. Guard is there. My thinking is I want to go to this right hand side. Try and get up this way, I'm thinking. Try and avoid enemies as much. Oh, stayed on the water too long, I nearly drowned him. This might be the wrong way of going about it, I'm just trying to... I want to do this undetected if possible. I think there's a wolf here. So it does say enemy. Although unless it's it might be above me actually, to be fair. Right. There's a feather here as well. I'm right on top of an enemy. There must be an enemy above. And there is a feather. Staying undetected is probably going to be our hardest job. Okay, the guard is down there somewhere. I'm assuming I can't just climb up. There's a series of logs though and things there. I wonder. I can hear the feather. Can't see the feather, but I can hear it. Where is it? I can hear it, but can't see it. Must be above me, I'm thinking. Can't spot it. I can hear it making a noise though to me. Oh, it's here. Right, we'll grab the feather while we're here. There we go. While we're here, might as well. Can we go up? That's the question, isn't it? If I can climb up, we solve our whole issue. No. Can we get round this way though? Whoa, don't fall down there. Right, we can climb up here. I just fell down. No climb. That's the thing is, there's no obvious climbing points. I'm thinking if we can get up. Right. That's a guard there, I think. I think that was a guard. Right, so there are guards here as well. So we'll try and take these guys out. Loot him while we're here. Okay, there is another guard. Somewhere. The other guard is there. If he's staying down, I'll take him out now. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to loot him. I thought he dropped down to the ledge and I didn't want to do that. Okay, I don't think I can loot him. Okay. So we've kind of bypassed the river, which I think is probably the good option. Or we can hear talking.
I only wish to keep you safe. There are those who would betray and manipulate you. Or worse yet, take the land by force.
Right, there are guards just to our left.
What do you mean, my people? We are all one. We should act as such. How? By signing our lands over to you? Then we'll be as one in your debt forever?
Sir William may have a point. What hope have we against their black powder and iron?
I think we made it. We're undetected as well.
Peace! Have I not always been an advocate? Have I not always sought to protect you from harm?
If you wish to protect us, then give us arms, muskets and horses that we might defend ourselves.
War is not the answer.
We remember, Stanwix. We remember you moved the borders. Even today your men dig up the land, showing no regard for those who live upon it. Your words are honeyed, but false. We are not here to negotiate, nor to sell. We are here to tell you and yours to leave these lands.
So be it. I offered you an olive branch, and you knocked it from my hand.
So kill him.
Perhaps you'll respond better to the sword.
Are you
threatening us?
He doesn't care, does he? He's just going to take out the natives if they don't agree with him and what he wants. We're going to limit our American casualties to 1, and we need to assassinate Johnson and get him undetected. Right, we've got a new Animus database entry. Johnson Hall. So William Johnson built Johnson Hall in 1763. Well, I say he built. He had more than a little help. He had 60 slaves to do the manual labour, making him the biggest slaveholder in the north. The property is more homestead than house. There was a sawmill and a grist mill on the property. I know what grist is. And tenant farmers worked the lands. The exterior is wood painted like stone, which is always a classy look. But the block houses you see on either side are actual stone meant for defence. When the house was built, the French and Indian War had just ended, so it made sense to have the house ready for an attack. That, or William Johnson made some well-armed enemies in his business dealings. I'd go with the well-armed enemies. What else have we got here? The Treaty of Fort Stanwix. This treaty was meant to resolve ongoing land disputes for the indigenous peoples and ever-encroaching colonists. King George III had established a boundary line in 1763, but had no basis in reality. Colonists were already living west of the line when it was drawn, not to mention the land wasn't really the king's to divvy up. I'm sure that just slipped his mind. Kings can be notoriously forgetful, and poor darlings, when it comes to the rights of others. That's quite funny. Members of the Iroquois Federal Confederacy met with William Johnson at Fort Stanwix to negotiate a new boundary line on behalf of themselves and other smaller nations like the Shawnee. I use the term negotiate rather lightly. In reality, the Iroquois didn't have much choice in signing the agreement. It was give away some of their land and achieve peace, at least temporarily, or fight a long and drawn-out war. The question was only how much. When the treaty was signed, it was generous to Johnson, to say the least, even handing over lands the British had left to Cherokee earlier the same year. In fact, the Stanwix Treaty was so controversial that the British Board of Trade ordered Johnson to renegotiate. He refused. Johnson made a fortune speculating on land. I imagine this treaty was quite a win for him. So Johnson was out for his own needs, wasn't he? I've got to limit the... He's dead. I don't know if we failed because it said limit the colonists, the natives being killed. I don't know how many have been killed.
Ensured an end to your schemes. You sought to claim these lands for the Templars.
Aye, that we might protect them. Do you think that good King George lies awake at night, hoping that no harm comes to his native subjects? Or that the people of the city care one whit about them? Oh, sure. The colonists are happy to trade when they need food or shelter, or a bit of extra padding for their armies. But when the walls of the city constrict, when there's crops that need soil, when there's no more enemy to fight, we'll see how kind the people are then.
The colonists have no quarrel with the Iroquois.
Not yet, but they will. 'Tis the way of the world. In time, they'll turn. I could have stopped it.
He's still trying to justify what he was doing.
You speak of salvation, but you were killing them.
Aye, because they would not listen. And so...
It's like he believes that he was right, and that's it. But he is down, he is dead. I don't know if we've achieved the side quest. I like the little prayer he gives at the end. That's quite a cool touch. Why we've we've failed the side bit because we've lost the native casualties. I probably should have gone with tomahawks, shouldn't I? I'm struggling a little bit with the hidden blade with so many enemies here. We are nearly dead as well. Desynchronized. We died. Yeah. I don't really know where I'm wrong. Other than the combat, obviously. Let's go back to Tomahawk. It says to escape, but obviously... Oh no, we just need to escape. That's all we need to do is just escape. We need to perform a swan dive according to that. To escape the area. The main objective is to escape. We just need to escape. That's all it is. And perform a swan dive to escape the area. There we go. Hostile. T is for Englishman, a trophy achieved. I think we failed one of them. There we go. We failed one. Was limiting the Native American casualties. So how we do that, I'm not 100% sure. So we will have to go back to do a bit of that memory again later on. But we've synced the memory. We gained a memento as well. I didn't see where it was.
Is dead, and with him, the Templar plot to steal the land of my people. But in ending this threat, I have revealed another. On his body was a letter addressed to John Pitchairn containing orders to root out and destroy Patriot weapons and supplies. Should he succeed in this, the colonists will be unable to maintain their resistance, and the Templars will surely take control. So long as Pitcairn lives, the danger remains.
So we now have a next target.
I need to find him. He needs to die.
Yeah, we have a next target then. It's Pitcairn. So we've crossed Johnson off. As you can see, there's a big white cross across his picture.
I thought it might bring clarity or instill a sense of accomplishment, but all I feel is regret.
Hold fast to that. Such sacrifices must never come lightly.
I had to do it. Not only for my people, but for all the others Johnson would have harmed.
It's a start. But to truly be free of Templar influence, all of them must be dealt with in turn. Even your father.
I know.
You speak the words, but do you believe them?
That's the thing. Would he actually be able to follow through with the final
Seems
act?
we've company.
What is it?
A request for aid from Paul Revere. Seems the Redcoats are up to something in Boston. Guess you made an impression on the Sons of Liberty.
They mistake me for one of their own. Please tell Mr. Revere he has my sympathies, but I cannot help at present.
You might wish to reconsider. John Pitcairn is mentioned by name.
Where am I to go?
Mr. Revere's house in Boston.
He changes his mind immediately as soon as he knows that's where his enemy is. I'm off. See you later. Right, we've now unlocked a new outfit, which is the animal spirit outfit. We can now make smoke bombs. There's a few things we can do. Trip mine recipe has been discovered. There's lots of new recipes appearing. Poison darts. We haven't used much of our arsenal of abilities and weapons, I must admit. Let us head to the book first. Let's have a look at our accounting book. So we have money. We've got £2,311. Stockpile, we haven't got very many ourselves. We can buy these off the people. We've got some herbs as well we can buy. Catnip. We've got hunting stuff we can buy. And I've only got hair meat and hair pelt on me. Crafting wise, we need more people. Because half the stuff we can craft, we can't actually craft. So we definitely need more people. I was going to send a convoy out, but I don't think we've got anything really we can send. I need some more homestead missions, ideally. I know we've got the peg leg missions here as well. But it looks like Boston seems to be where we should be heading. Oh, we needed to hunt as well animals, didn't we? That's the frontier. Oh, it says we've unlocked a load of citizen missions in the frontier. So if we go homestead, nothing. Frontier, shops unlocked 1, citizen missions unlocked 12. So is that, I wonder, how we recruit people? We've got 5 citizen missions unlocked in Boston with 5 shops unlocked. We've liberated 1 of 3 zones. I think we should head to Boston. Mainly because that is the next port of call, mission-wise. We'll try and clear Boston as we go. And go from there. It's just trying to make a decision on what we should be doing and when. We can also send our assassin back out. We can actually check if he's leveled up first. And this area's got a new area we haven't liberated. So in theory, we may be able to gain a new assassin here to join us. Okay. So if we go back here, we should now be able to see. We can pick whether we want them to riot or assassinate. Contracts-wise, if we go here, so we've completed this one. It's a 10-minute one. 40 XP. We get 2 maple plunder from this. So he is now level 1, rank private. We'll gain another 40 XP for this one. So 2 more missions, and he will go up. It's an 80% chance of success. We gain £300, not a massive amount, but we gain maple lumber, which obviously, if we save what we're gaining from these missions, it could give us a chance to actually do some upgrades. We do need to do more frontier missions. Let's talk about disgruntled citizens can interact with us, start a riot if we want to. What else have we got in this area? The mission is here. Before we do it though, I want to grab the viewpoint, as I think that's important. And in this whole area, liberation missions, we don't know where that person is actually. So we can't liberate the area yet, but let's grab the viewpoint. That will give us a better idea of the area, I think. The travelling salesman, obviously, we can only gain consumables from. Right, we've got a new place now. The Old North Meeting House. Don't confuse this place with the Old North Church. It's actually a completely different building, which is why it's a different name. This particular meeting house was for the second oldest congregation in Boston, shown under the alternate name, the Second Church. What an age of endless imagination this was. They're not very good with their names, are they? Get a good look while you can. This wooden building will be torn down in 1776 and used as firewood. Church members would tell you it was because the British didn't like them very much. And perhaps they have a point, because they still don't. The Reverend Mr. Lathrop was known for his pro-rebel sermons, and tellingly, he and most of his congregation weren't in Boston in 1776. I wonder why. After the Old North Meeting House was torn down, Christ Church inherited the prestigious Old North title, becoming the Old North Church. That most people know. So another building. More recent entries as well, so we got William Johnson updated. So obviously we've killed William Johnson, so it's quite interesting to see what else comes here. We've done the bit there. This is the update. In case you're wondering, the official reason for Johnson's death was given out as a stroke. I guess publicising that he was killed while threatening to murder treaty negotiators would probably have caused some political tensions, to put it mildly. I suppose a blow to the head, for example, could be described as a very heavy stroke. So they actually lied about how he died, so he wasn't seen as being killed by anyone. I suppose that was the only real way of making it not come across that the indigenous people were being threatened. They had to kind of lie to save face. And you couldn't say he was assassinated, could you? That's the thing. Especially why he was doing what he was trying to do at the time, and that was to force the natives to give up more land to him. Right, we're here. Let's synchronise another viewpoint. Done. as I say, there's lots of collectibles. It's a case of just deciding on what order to clear things in, trying to do everything we can in an area before moving on. So like this area down here, we've cleared all the almanacs that we can see. The only thing we haven't done is the fort, and just because I haven't got a reason to. We have also got a chest down here to gain at some point. Right, but we're now looking at the northern area. We haven't... I think we've got a whole bit of land here we haven't discovered either yet. We cleared quite a bit of it. There's a delivery request there. There's a chest over here. So in a minute, let's concentrate on where we are. So, there's obviously a liberation mission here. There's a couple of those. We'll start the main quest at least. I think that's an important one to start. There's an assassination contract. That's a new one. There's some almanacs. Obviously the taverns which play games, which we do need to do at some point. But I think we'll start with the mission, at least get it started, and go from there. And then maybe a case of have a look around, clear things as much as we can whilst off mission. I think that's a good way of doing it. I think. Hunting Society forts. Today is actually... if we take control of the fort, we get a lower tax rate for trading. So when we send a convoy to Boston, we wouldn't have to pay as much tax if we take over the fort. Didn't realise that. We've still got all the naval missions to do. Still more almanacs to gain. Chests as well from Boston. There's quite a few of those. They give good money though. Good money? Money? For talk it would help. And we've still got 8 more underground stations to find. So I mean, there's a lot to collect, there's a lot to do. But it is just trying to make sure we do things as we go. Right, let's open up the main quest at least. See what that's going to want us to do. I am interested in the assassination contracts. Just to see what it entails. Right, Paul Revere, we now have him in the database. This is his house. So Paul Revere lived in this house with his family from 1770 until about 1800, with some notable exceptions, such as when he had to lie low because he warned the countryside of the British march on Lexington and Concord. What with the shortage of firewood in 1776 and the loyalist insistence on getting back at everyone who defied them in the past, you'd think this wooden house might have been torn down too, but it wasn't. This might be because Revere left his eldest son, also named Paul, in town to watch over the estate. In any event, the building is still around today. One of Revere's descendants bought it in 1905 and turned into a museum. It's now the oldest building in Boston. In fact, it was already 90 years old when Revere bought it. Colonial architecture was apparently superior to that of your average muck mansion. Wow. So the house is, according to this, still there today. In we go.
Ah, Connor! What a relief! You came! Allow me to introduce you to William Dawes and Robert Newman.
Your letter said John Pitcairn was here.
Aye. He's readying an assault on Lexington, where Adams and Hancock have taken shelter. After that, he will march on Concord, hoping to destroy our weapons and supplies. You must help us.
Only tell me where to find him, and I will put a stop to this.
He has dozens, if not hundreds, of soldiers at his command. You cannot hope to match him by yourself. But fear not, for you will not have to. We have an entire army of our own, merely awaiting the order to take up arms.
Then you must call upon them.
Indeed. You and I will cross the Charles River and rouse the boys. William, I need you to take the overland route and do the same. Robert, I need you up in Christchurch. Light the signal. 2 lanterns, our enemy comes by sea.
Looks like it's all go.
My friend. We have lives to save. Come on.
It does look like it's all go. it looks like we're a big part of it as well. Right, we've got a couple of people now in our Animus database we do need to have a look at. Back in the frontier.
Ah. They've only left a single horse. We'll have to ride together.
Of course they did.
Ah. You take the reins, I'll navigate. Quickly, Connor, get on the horse.
Connor doesn't seem very happy about what we've got to do, does he?
I'll guide you towards those we need to alert.
Okay, we'll just have a quick look at the new things in the Animus database. 46% complete. Once it's 100%, obviously, there'll be no more reading to do other than updates. So there's 3 to look at. William Dawes Jr. He was a Boston revolutionary and one of the riders sent out to warn Lexington and Concord that the British regulars were on their way the night of April 18, 1775. The other rider was, of course, Paul Revere. While Revere took the route across the water to Charleston, Dawes took the longer road across Boston Neck. He arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere did. Dawes was a tanner by trade. These days he would make a fortune in New Jersey. The amount of tan that goes on there. And while he wasn't as politically active as Revere, he did wear a homespun suit to his wedding. Now, I know that doesn't sound intensely radical, but at the time it was quite a statement. At the time, the rebels were trying to enforce boycotts of British products like cloth and encouraging people to buy American. By advertising his suit was locally made, Dawes had put himself firmly on the patriot side of the equation. He might as well have worn a bowler hat and a mask with the king's face on, though that would have been weird at a wedding. Oh, these are brilliant. Robert Newman. He was a sexton of Christ Church, known today as the Old North Church, and a personal friend of Paul Revere's. It was Newman who hung the lanterns from church steeple to warn riders in Charleston. The British were marching on Lexington and Concord. 2 lanterns indicating that the British were travelling by sea. And because it's a pet peeve of mine, you may have heard that Newman put up the lanterns to warn Revere of the British approach. It's one of those historical details everyone seems to get wrong. Revere already knew about the raid, and in fact had been the one to pass the knowledge on to Newman. The lanterns were meant as a warning to lookouts in Charleston, a backup in case Revere was caught before he managed to leave town. Please learn this so you can impress girls on first dates, as I do, but they often seem so overwhelmed by it they rarely call again. That's the power of knowledge, and it's dangerous. Newman had some difficulty with his clandestine plan, though. His family home was serving as a boarding house and several British officers were staying there. Newman managed to elude them by saying he was tired going to bed and escaping out the side window, like something out of a cartoon. His friend John Pitchairn helped him get the lanterns to the top of the tower while the 3rd man guarded the church door. Newman was later questioned about his actions that night, possibly because a 20-something announcer going to bed early is inherently suspicious, but he talked his way out of the arrest and fled Boston. When Newman returned to the city, he went back to his old job as church sexton. His evidence he took money to show tourists around the church crypt, including displaying the body of John Pitchairn, which may have something to do with Newman being replaced by a new sexton in 1788. Okay. On the night before the battles of Lexington and Concord, Paul Revere and William Dawes left Boston and warned the countryside that the British regulars were on the march. This is basically what we're doing now. In particular, they wanted to warn John Hancock and Samuel Adams that the regulars intended to arrest them. Revere left Boston by boat across the Charles River, taking the road across the Charleston Peninsula. Dawes took the longer land route across Boston Neck. Revere arrived in Lexington first, but Dawes wasn't far behind. Once they delivered their warning to Hancock and Adams in Lexington, Dawes and Revere decided to continue to Concord to warn people there of the coming raid. They joined up with Samuel Prescott, who was visiting his fiancée in Lexington. Prescott lived in Concord and so knew the area well. Road trip! The 3 men were halfway to Concord when they were stopped by a British patrol. Revere was captured, but Dawes and Prescott broke away. Dawes lost his horse and hid in a barn for several hours before sneaking back to Lexington. Prescott reached Concord to sound the alarm. Good thing they had him to tag along. Years later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow would write a poem about the event, which rolled all of the riders into one, Paul Revere, which is why everyone knows his name and why Revere is so revered. So basically, history has told it slightly differently, and everyone says this was all Paul Revere stopped it happening.
We'll be done in no time.
Right, we do not want to trigger open conflict. That's the optional objective. Do not get in open conflict. Right, I know how to ride quickly, but obviously we've got to be a bit wary of enemies.
Keep going!
We are going. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for soldiers. If we find a soldier, I've got to veer off. We cannot get an open conflict. But yeah, so history has changed how this happened. It wasn't just him that did this.
Nearly there, Connor! Nearly there, Connor!
I know, but we're also wanted, so bear with me a second. So yeah, history has told this that it was just Paul Revere that did the warning.
What are they doing here?
But it wasn't just
They
him.
must be scouts.
There were others.
Be careful, Connor. We mustn't let them warn the others.
I'm trying not to.
Go left up here.
I'm just being very careful. Do not want to get into combat. Come on.
Let us continue the search on foot.
We're going to continue on foot. Okay? We've got to not trigger open conflict and get to the first militia house. There's a load of guards there. I'm assuming he'll follow. He obviously won't climb up like we normally would. Where's the first militia house though? Saw the guards. The guards have moved off. I'm assuming he'll climb over. He did. Cool. Right. Great. Get in here. Get in. He's not going to hide, is he? There's guards to our left. I know there's a feather there, but we'll have to avoid it for the minute. Find the first house. I can hear the feather, but we'll have to come back for feathers and things. Right, I don't know which house we need to go to. It's one of these.
This is it.
There we go.
You have got the right place.
I think we did it.
Let everyone know that the regulars marched for Lexington and Concord.
The British are coming!
Back in the saddle, my friend. We have more people to warn.
Oh really? That's the start. Wow. Follow directions again to alert the other militias. Do not trigger open conflict. Press L1 to ask for directions.
Excellent. We are right on course.
Right, L1 is him giving us directions. Obviously, we're watching out for soldiers. There's a marching group of soldiers there. We're going to try and go around them. Got to avoid the soldiers as they will initiate conflict if we're not careful.
Left.
Left.
Be on the lookout for redcoats.
I am on the lookout. I'm trying to concentrate.
This way, Connor.
Yeah, he wants us to go this way. Redcoats are coming. Got to get off the path. I think we avoided them okay.
Go left up here.
Wants us to go left. This is tricky. Just trying to keep heading in a direction. Avoid all the redcoats.
Excellent. We are right on course.
Good, I'm glad.
Be on the lookout for redcoats.
I am on the lookout. Kind of what I'm avoiding the paths, but...
Turn right!
Let's turn right, okay. Keep an eye out for redcoats.
Turn right!
Redcoats there. Assuming we need to cross the water. Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if we ran into more trouble. Stay alert.
Let us continue the search on...
Continue on foot. We've got to find the second house. And obviously try and not open combat. I'm assuming this isn't the house. No. It tells us when we're there. But this one. No. This one over here.
This is it!
Yep.
You have got the right place!
There's a courier mission here. So we're opening lots of the map up and we're finding things. But we can't do any of them while we're on the mission.
Spread the word. The regulars are coming out.
At once!
I'm hoping that's the last one. No! Still more to do.
To the right, Connor! To the right! Go left up here.
I was going to say, it wasn't right, it was left. So we've done 2 militia houses so far. Just got to take it easy, you can't rush it in case you come across redcoats. And obviously, I'm trying to stay off the main paths.
This way, Connor!
Because of the redcoats. Otherwise, you can see them on the bridge there. I don't know if we can cross by horse here. Redcoats on the bridge. I need to wait for them to go. I don't know which way they're going to go. We need to go across that bridge. Just hold on a second.
To the right, Connor! To the right!
I know, but I've got to wait for the redcoats to march on. I don't know if the water's too deep for us to go in on horseback. He's a little bit impatient. Right, there we go.
Here we are. Best to continue on foot.
We've got to find the militia house here as well now. Okay, there is a building here. I don't think it's going to be there. It's going to be one of these houses, isn't it?
This is it! You
Found
have
it.
got the right place!
Perfect. Number 3.
The regulars are coming.
Here! We're here!
Ah! It was a trap! It was a trap!
We've got to shake those redcoats!
We've got to get away from the redcoats.
We've got to shake those redcoats!
I'm trying to shake him. Oh, he's been shot. That wasn't what I wanted. Oh, okay, I think we've failed this.
If you insist on fighting them, Connor, ensure you win.
I don't insist on fighting them, but we got shot. The horse got shot, so... I've got a minute to get to where we need to get to. And so far, it's not going well. Paul Revere's health is extremely low as well now. Oh, he hit me big time there. I'm nearly dead. Paul Revere's nearly dead as well. We're dead. There's just too many of them. So we need to ride quicker, I suppose.
Faster! We need to get away from them.
Right, go, 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 go. I don't want to shoot anyone. I've got to avoid them shooting our horse though.
Find a way to get rid of them, Connor.
I'm trying, I'm trying, I'm trying. Okay. Over. Thank you.
Faster! We
trying.
need to get away from them.
Oh, come on. Through. We've got to reach Prescott's
Faster!
location as well.
We need to get away from them.
I don't know where Prescott is though.
That was much too close for comfort. Let us take care to avoid any further surprises.
Okay, cool. Where are we heading?
Go right, Connor.
He wants us to go right.
Keep going.
Okay. We've got to get to Prescott in the time frame for the optional objective. My horse won't go down there. Come on.
Yes, this is exactly where we need to be.
Perfect. Where is he?
Keep going. Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot.
We've got 30 seconds. I can't. The only house I can see is this one. Not that one, is it? 20 seconds to find this. I've just failed the optional objective, which is really annoying since we were basically there.
This is it.
We're here. We're here.
You've got the right place.
Done it. We got the optional objective as well. I think we had like 3 seconds to spare there. So the third house was a trap.
Where the devil is he?
Are you sure we are in the right place?
Well, sure, I'm sure. Prescott?
Evening, gents.
Listen, the regulars are out. You need to rally your men. And, put on some trousers.
At once.
I think we interrupted. Right, we gained a new animus information. Samuel Prescott. So that was close. We only just managed to do it, I believe. When Paul Revere and William Dawes left Lexington on their way to Concord, they were joined by Samuel Prescott, a young doctor from Concord. Prescott was a member of the Sons of Liberty, a natural choice for an anti-British nighttime ride. Prescott was in Lexington that night to visit his fiancée. I assume that's who we saw run off. It was intended to return home late, a happy coincidence for Revere and Dawes. Prescott knew the area well, so when the three men were stopped by British troops, it was Prescott who managed to elude his pursuers and reach Concord to sound the alarm. Here's the strange thing. After that night, well, Prescott sort of disappears. I have the record of him that he may have died as a British prisoner in Halifax in 1777. It's far from clear-cut. I suppose he could have left Boston with the British on evacuation day, but how he was captured and when I have no idea. And those are 4 words I never thought I'd say. Oh, that is weird. So he goes missing after this. That's a bit weird. Right, we managed to do it with 4 seconds remaining. 4 seconds. We've got to reach Hancock Clark's house in Lexington. 4 seconds remaining, that's mad. And there's no optional objectives at the minute. I'm glad we managed to do it though. I know there's lots of hunting I could be doing right now as well. We'll carry on the mission for the time being. We need to spend some time out here in the frontier to clear
Welcome
lots
to
of
Lexington,
things.
Connor. Now let's find Hancock and Adams.
As there's lots of things to discover and do here, we need to actually come back.
No sign of Dawes. I hope he's all right.
So that's his house there. see what's going on.
Paul, Connor, good to see you.
You need to leave. The Redcoats are coming.
Aye, so Williams told us. Let them conduct their little search. They'll find nothing.
You don't understand. Pitcairn intends to kill you.
I'm afraid it's true.
I suppose we have no choice then but to go. What of you three?
Dawes and I will continue on to Concord. Connor, it's best you stay here and help our man John Parker hold the town. It'll give us time to spread the word.
Right, we're staying put to try and defend the town. And we gained a new database entry for John Hancock. So he was the Whig leader in Boston prior to the Revolutionary War and went on to be president of the Second Continental Congress, which was responsible for creating the Declaration of Independence. All very impressive. Most impressive was his name would live on to be slang for signature. So if you didn't know, John Hancock is signature. It's the slang used. Now that's the legacy. One day I imagine Sean will be used by children to describe a world-weary sneer. I can but dream. Hancock was born in Massachusetts, the son of a reverend. His father died when he was young, and John was sent to live with his uncle on Beacon Hill. Thomas Hancock ran a prosperous shipping business, which John inherited when his uncle died in 1764. Hancock was a noted businessman and probably made at least some of his money smuggling, which he was tried for in 1768, though he was never convicted. He joined the Patriot cause after the Stamp Acts were imposed in 1764. He went on to be one of the instigators of the Tea Party. In fact, after the Revolution began, he was such a well-known rebel that when the Boston governor offered clemency to anyone who laid down their arms, Hancock was specifically left out of the deal. Hancock's probably best known for signing the Declaration of Independence. His signature was the first on the document. Possibly because of that, and possibly because Hancock was known for being extravagant, his name decided a flourish written larger than any of the others. So now in America, your signature is sometimes referred to as your John Hancock. I wouldn't explain why to some people that sounds a little bit dirty, but I will. It sounds like a penis reference. What else we got as recent entries? Paul Revere's Ride. So this is the Paul Revere's Ride, which we've actually just done. The raising of the militia. The recent events, as tumultuous and striking as they are, cannot have earned victorious wreaths had it not been for the efforts of some few riders. They gave warning to the towns and raised the Minutemen to their duty. Those riders, chief among them Mr. Paul Revere and Mr. William Dawes, were sent by Dr. Joseph Warren, who had come into the knowledge by sources undisclosed that the regiment of soldiers was to march that night to Lexington, there to arrest leaders of the Sons of Liberty were there spending the night. The regulars were then to continue to Concord or to secure various arms that they're hidden about, including at Barrett's farm. Dr. Warren could not risk that this message would fail to be delivered among the townships, cleverly made fast, certain of his aim, sending his message by diverse routes at once. To begin, Mr. Dawes left Boston by way of Boston Neck, using Guile to pass the roadblock and continue through Roxbury in a circuitous route. Soon after, Mr. Revere entreated Captain Pulling to light lamps in the tower of Old North, this being the signal to Charleston that the regulars were on the march. Revere himself took the chance of a life to row beneath the prow of HMS Somerset to arrive at Charleston himself and make the ride to Lexington directly. Revere altered his route to evade the night patrols along the way. In the event, both riders happily arrived at Lexington to warn Samuel Adams and John Hancock of the approaching regulars. Joined by Samuel Prescott, Revere and Dawes rode on to Concord, but were confronted by soldiers on that road. Dawes lost his horse and made his way to Lexington on foot. Prescott led his horse to a daring leap of a wall and continued on to Concord to raise the Minutemen. Revere was captured by the patrol and threatened with his life. He only secured his freedom when the soldiers heard fire from the hills of Concord and ran to join the battle. But Mr. Revere's adventure was not yet complete. Upon return to Lexington, he was astonished to find John Hancock at the place, preparing to fight the oncoming soldiers as an officer. It fell to Revere to persuade Mr. Hancock that his place was not in the field. Mr. Hancock and Mr. Adams would remove themselves to a safer place, but failed to bring along a chest full of congressional papers, of which the discovery by the soldiers would cause difficulties. Mr. Revere returned to take possession of these papers before the soldiers arrived at Lexington Green. Okay. We've got about half an hour left. There's got loads of new stuff available in the shops. New weapon, a dirk. We've unlocked the newspaper, which is Paul Revere's Ride, which is just red. We're now incognito, bonus for us. So, there is lots to do here. Obviously the main mission is here. But, while we're here, why don't we try and clear some of it? We still need hunting supplies anyway. There's a new homestead mission over there as well. It's an interesting one, as we could do with someone new for the homestead. Obviously there is a new tavern. The main mission is there. What I'm thinking, let's try and get some of these viewpoints open. Let's try and clear some of it while we're here. Frontiersmen are there. Right, the first thing we've got peg leg trinket. Nearby, so let's go and grab that while we're here, as it is very much nearby. Little cave here. There we go. Games. There's even a board. Nice. I don't think there's anything else here we can use. But yeah, while we're here, I think we should do a bit of hunting. Maybe... I pressed the wrong button. I actually wanted to change my weapon. So weapons has now changed. We've got a large weapon, which I didn't know we had. It's a large weapon. It's a heavy pirate boarding axe. And we got a war club. I don't know when we gained those, but we did. And on this side, loads of different things now. Poison darts and things like that. We'll stick with the bow. I was going to go back. For hunting, I like using the hidden blade. I just think it works better. Right, so we've got a choice. What do we do? I don't know if to start my mission or do we try and clear some of this and then head back. There is a viewpoint over here, which would be handy to gain. A couple of viewpoints over here, and there is also a courier mission and a feather. I just think we should clear stuff while we're here. I know the main mission is here though. We've got about half an hour left of the stream, that's what I'm thinking. Let's clear some of these other bits and pieces. We could leave the clearing till after we've finished all the main quests. But I just feel like... Let's do... I'm in two minds. What do we do? Main quest or clear some of the frontier? That's the question. I'm in two minds. I think we've got half an hour. Maybe do the mission. Yeah, let's do the mission. And hopefully we stay in the frontier once the mission's over. And then we can do some clearing. As we're not really doing that much clearing. Like the RPG games, we tend to clear as we go. With this, it's a little bit more linear, but it still has got a feeling of an open world. And we haven't quite figured the proper way of doing things as we go. Plus, we haven't really got all the maps at the minute, which would make our life easier. I'm assuming this is the Minutemen. Let us speak as their... John Parker is our new... I think we're going to help him defend it. John Parker was the captain of the Lexington militia and therefore the man in charge on the battles of Lexington and Concord. Parker was a farmer by trade, but since he'd been soldier in the French and Indian War, he was placed in command despite the fact he was quite ill with tuberculosis. Time. So he was actually really seriously ill. He went on to join the Continental Army in the siege of Boston, but was too ill to be involved in the Battle of Bunker Hill. He died in 1775, and the statue of the Minutemen on Lexington Green is said to be a representation of him. Though since there is no known picture of Parker, the resemblance is sketchy at best. It's the thought that counts. Oh wow! So he actually was in charge of the Minutemen to defend the town. And you can see he's coughing. He is ill. I kind of changed my mind. I was going to clear stuff, but I've kind of changed my mind. The Minutemen are lined up and ready. How he's going to shoot straight, I've got no idea.
Stand your ground, men! Don't fire! Unless fired upon! But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here!
Pitcairn.
Wow. There's a few men there.
Disperse, you damn rebels! Lay down your arms and disperse!
What the deuce are you doing?
What? They're running away.
Cravens! Traitors!
They are not coming back. You will have to make do with those who remain.
Don't you lecture me on up. Return fire! Return fire!
I was going to say, they're muskets, so they have to keep reloading. That's the time to fire.
And warn the others.
We've got to get a Concord.
Show this to whoever leads there. Should be a man by the name of James Barrett.
Right, we need to get a Concord and find James Barrett then.
Go on now!
And let him know that obviously that is a bigger army than I was expected and the Minutemen have run away.
Come on, we'll meet up with the others in Concord.
3 minutes to get there. Mount, let's go. The Animus database, there is something to read. Lexington is a small farming community and the site of the first battle of the American Revolution started. No, I'm not being overly dramatic. The first battle took place in Lexington Green. On the morning of April 19th, 1775, British regulars passed through Lexington on their way to Concord, looking for hidden rebel weapon caches. Lexington militia, led by John Parker, formed up on the village green, probably more show of resistance than because they were expecting a real battle. The militia was badly outnumbered, about 70 of them to 700 British soldiers. John Pitchairn ordered the rebels to disperse, and they might have done so, because somebody fired a shot. Then everyone started firing, those that weren't running, that is. Several militia members were killed, the rest retreated. The British moved on toward Concord, though they would be harassed by the Lexington militia again on their return trip toward Boston. Lexington's town motto is now, "What a glorious morning for America." But it's possible it didn't seem like one at the time. Firing guns and then running away since 1775 might have been a nice alternative. Every town needs a bumper sticker. That's quite cool. So yeah, they were meant to stay and defend their town, and instead they ran away. To be fair, when you're outnumbered by that amount of people, I'm not surprised. Pitcairn has now been updated. Yeah. When Thomas Gage and British troops to Lexington and Concord, he picked Pitcairn for the job, figuring the rebels would listen to him when it came time to talk. Instead, Pitcairn was man in charge when his Marines killed 8 militiamen back toward Lexington, starting the Revolutionary War. Severely damaging his reputation as a peacemaker, multiple deaths can do that. Pitcairn's report on the battle said he ordered his men not to fire unless the rebels fired first, but it didn't stop the rumours they commanded the attack. History has taken a kind of view. Pitcairn now is considered as one of Patriots described him, a good man in a bad cause. So history has actually said he wasn't his fault, but the rumours were he ordered the first shot to be fired. On the 9th of April 18th, 1775, British regulars left Boston on their way to Concord to raid rebel weapon stores. The intent was to make a quick raid, defuse rebel plans to attack the British, and capture the instigators John Hancock and Samuel Adams. Fortunately for the British, the result was the beginning of the American Revolution. In other words, this battle was a complete disaster for the British, and that's not a sentence for which I'm 100% comfortable. The rebels had been tipped off about raids weeks before. They'd already moved most of the weapons the British were looking for. The night before the battle, Paul Revere and William Dawes brought word that the British were on their way, so by the time the regulars marched into Lexington near dawn, the local militia was waiting for them. Nobody knows who fired the first shot. The British blamed the rebels and vice versa, but in the end the Lexington militia was badly outnumbered and retreated, and the British moved on to Concord. By most reports, the British were polite in Concord, which I'm sure their mothers would have been delighted to hear about. All apart from one moment, of course, when John Pitchairn threatened a local tavern owner at gunpoint. But to be fair, the tavern owner did know where the weapon caches were. Overall, things didn't really go awry until nearby militia saw some smoke rising above the town. They thought it was on fire and marched in, causing a skirmish at the North Bridge. By the time the British left Concord, more militia had arrived, outnumbering the regulars and raising tensions further. New troops followed the British along the river, bravely firing at them from behind walls and the cover of trees. There was little the British could do to fight back, and they were tired, and mostly out of ammunition. Some of the regulars even broke ranks and fled. For the rest, it was a long walk back to Boston. Rather than dispersing after the battle, the militia gathered outside of Boston Neck, starting the siege of Boston and the beginnings of the Continental Army. Wow. So this is how it all kicked off. This is what started it all. Right, we need to get to where we need to get to as quickly as we possibly can.
Get moving, men! We've little time!
We've got 2 minutes and 40 to get the Concord to deliver the letter. to alert the militia in Concord that this is happening.
Stick together, boys, and keep the pace.
You guys need to move out of my way.
To Concord, lads.
There's another rider with us. Yeah, I would say there's enough time to get there, but I don't know for sure. And obviously there are riders and other people around us.
They're taking prisoners. Run!
Rescue a hostage. Rescue. The optional objective is to rescue hostages, but I can't see where the hostages are. So there is an optional objective there to rescue a hostage, but I didn't see one.
I've got a surprise for those lobster backs.
I kind of wish I'd stopped to deal with it, but we're here. So we found the optional objective. I didn't know how far away we were. We actually still had a minute
and there's more to come.
To do.
The regulars are on the march.
You don't say. And why do you think I'm men up here? Go home, or you get yourself killed. Enough to worry about without some green boy looking to play it hero.
I can vouch for him.
John Parker as well.
He doesn't seem very keen on us being there.
Where's Revere?
Captured.
What?
Fear not. That man's no stranger to sticky situations. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it.
You ladies finished gossiping? Parker seems to believe you're not completely useless, so I suppose there's a thing or two you might be able to help with. When the fighting starts, we'll need to hold those positions there. They're critical to the defense of Concord. Good boys. Not used to soldiering, they need some with the experience to direct them. That's something you can do.
So yeah, we should have rescued the hostage. We're going to have to go back when we finish everything else to actually go back and redo some of these missions, unfortunately.
Then I suppose all that's left to do is wait.
Right, we are going to help them defend. So it's like an ambush more than a defence, to be fair. Here are the regulars marching in.
Sir! Man the barricades! No! Ensure my men hold those positions. If the Red Devils break through, we're finished.
What would you have me do?
Listen carefully. The Redcoats will form firing lines. Order the men to shoot just before the line is ready. Too soon and they'll miss their targets.
Okay.
Too late, and the enemy will open fire first.
Understood.
And
so
if any of those bastards make it through, engage them. You must keep my men alive.
So we need to time the attacks, by the sounds of it. Kill groups with a single order. Right, we have got new database entries. Let's have a quick look. James Barrett. This guy doesn't seem to like us very much. He was a colonel with the rebel militia for Concord, the town's representative in the Boston legislature in the years leading up to revolution. Barrett didn't exactly want the position at the head of the militia. He was 65 when the war was started. He had his pipe and sniffers ready and probably just wanted to watch game shows. Fortunately for him, experienced commanders were in short supply and Barrett fought in the French and Indian War, so colonel it was. When the British came to Lexington and Concord looked for rebel weapon caches, troops headed straight to Barrett's farm, where they were told they'd find the majority of the supplies. Of course, by the time they'd arrived, most weapons had been removed and hidden elsewhere. Barrett wasn't there either. He was some distance away organising the militia marks on the North Bridge and overseeing the eventual victory on Concord. So yeah, although he doesn't like us, he thinks we're too green, the letter convinced him. What's the North Bridge? This was the site of the first skirmishes in the Revolutionary War. During the Battle of Concord, about 90 British soldiers held the bridge, while several hundred rebel militia gathered on the hill nearby. The British were expecting resistance from disorganised farmers, so when the rebels advanced in a very military manner, the British panicked. Angry farmers are terrifying at the best of times. Officers gave conflicting orders, British formations broke and the soldiers ran away. The original bridge was torn down in 1788 and a new bridge was built nearby. Of course, it's been rebuilt several times. The image of the British turning tail is excellent fodder for historical reenactments, which Americans enjoy reenacting, but which never seem to be reenacted on our side of the Atlantic. Strange that. Right, I've got to order these guys.
Hold fire!
I don't know how I order them to fire. Right, give the order. Right, that worked. We're reloading. There's another group over there. I feel like... Am I meant to ride to a different group, maybe?
Make ready.
Yeah.
Fire now.
I've got to keep riding in different groups of men to fire.
Prepare yourselves. Open fire.
Okay, that's that group done. That's 3.
Hold fire. Shoot.
It's another group done. I need them to reload and shoot again. There's 2 groups the other side. Are you guys ready?
Go.
Give the order. Fire. Seems to be working well. There's no more. There's no groups on the bridge at the minute. We're riding backwards and forwards to try and command the troops.
Fire!
There's another group there. There's another group on the bridge.
Wait for my signal. Open fire.
Go.
Prepare yourself. Fire!
We're gonna ride between all the groups.
Shoot.
Fire. We've done the optional. I've now just got to keep killing.
The signal. Fire now.
It's a case of riding backwards and forwards to get them to fire. Keep an eye on the bridge and where they are.
Wait for my signal. Go.
Fire. There we go.
Wait for the signal.
There's none on the bridge, so I don't need to worry about them in a minute.
Make ready. Shoot.
We're about to breach the center barricade.
Okay. Are you guys shot or not? If they breach, we've got to defend the men.
Yourselves. Wait for the open fire.
We are losing men very quickly. So although we've done the optional objective,
Hold fire.
We failed to protect the targets. So actually we failed because our men died. We lost too many. And that's probably because at the start I stayed in the middle and didn't look around. I didn't know we had to ride between the 3. So we've got to try again.
Wait for the signal.
So obviously the first group is advancing. Need to keep an eye on the mini-map.
Open fire.
There we go, this first lockdown. There's another group over here we've got to get to.
Make ready. Fire now.
I fired before they group. Got to get to before they get to where they're meant to be marching up. So next one is over here.
Wait for the signal. Fire now.
That may have been too early.
Wait for the
I think we fired too early here. Come on. Got 3 groups to deal with now. You guys ready?
Go. Hold fire. Go. Wait for the signal. Fire! Hold fire.
So far, so good. Second group is coming over this side.
Wait for the signal. Wait for the signal. Fire now.
Hopefully that wasn't too early. I think it was just before they actually got there, so that was okay. Definitely all about timing. No, there is a group on the bridge we need to deal with. I'm going to try and get these ones done first. Where are they? They are there. Go. Back to the middle for the bridge.
For my signal.
They're not in range yet.
Go.
Shoot. Back to this side. Just organise yourself back and forth. Keep an eye on the mini-map.
Fire.
Shoot. Back to here. Hope you guys are reloaded.
Wait for my signal. Fire now.
Go. We've got 2 groups over here now.
Wait for the signal. Open fire.
We've got a second group coming as well. Come on, reload. Come on, reload.
Go.
Thank you. A bit slow there. Mainly because we're waiting for the reload. There's 2 groups together here.
Hold fire. Fire.
Fire. There are 2 groups there, which is causing some issue. But well, we're back over this side while they're reloading, hopefully. These guys can now fire on those. That's those. There's another group coming in the middle, but I've got a second group over here. You guys, hopefully, should have reloaded. You've got another load over the bridge.
Hold fire. Fire now.
Go. We've done it. That was a bit better that time. It's just organising yourself back and forth. Keep an eye on the mini-map as much as possible.
We did it! They're turning tail!
And there we go. We've got to talk to James Barrett. Wrong button. But why we've got nothing in our hand? Always got to have the hidden blade equipped. Always loot the bodies while we're here. Enemies will know. We've got about 10 minutes of the stream left as well, so I've got to be wary what we do next. Bit of looting along the way does no harm.
Takes a true monster to do something like this. At least they're gone.
I should have struck when I had the chance. Do you know where Pitcairn could have gone?
Back into the withered bosom of the British, no doubt. So that he may regroup and plan his next atrocity.
I need to find him. Every day I wait, more will suffer.
Chin up, friend. Many who should have died today now live because of you.
And what of them?
We do the best we can with what we've got.
It is not enough.
It never is.
Okay, so we failed one part of that, which was to save the hostage. So it's something we will have to go back to do. We've got some new Animus database stuff to look at as well. We need to head to the frontier at some point. We need to clear what's there. Obviously, I don't know when is a good time.
For the support of the glorious cause.
Ah, Philadelphia.
I beg they will accept my most cordial thanks for this distinguished testimony of their approbation. But lest some unlucky event should happen, unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I, this day, declare with utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with.
Truly, there is no man better suited to the task.
To assure
Really?
the Congress that
I
as
can
no
think of several.
pecuniary consideration could have tempted
Charles
me to
Lee.
have accepted this arduous employment at the expense
Do I
of
know
my
you?
domestic ease
I would not
and
expect
happiness.
you to remember.
I do
Come,
not wish
Connor,
to make
there's
any
someone I
profit
want you
from
to
it.
meet.
I will keep an exact account of my expenses.
Sorry to pull you away
Those
like
I
that,
doubt
but
not they will
the last
discharge,
thing we need
and that
is
is
the two
all
of
I
you
desire.
coming to blows. Connor, allow me to introduce you to our newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, George Washington.
First president.
So you're the one who saved Sam and John at Lexington.
It was the Patriots who did that. I merely lent support.
As humble as he is brave. We could use more men like you. I'm sorry, but if you'll excuse me, I should attend to Charles over there. He looks none too happy about being passed over for command.
Wait me a second, I've just got someone at the door.
Tell me you have news of Pitcairn.
I'm told he's taken shelter in Boston, where he's guarded by 1,000 redcoats. The only way you're gonna get at him is if we draw him out. Lucky for you, we're launching an offensive against the city in order to do just that. Israel Putnam has been given command of our forces. Present this to him and he'll provide whatever aid you require.
Managed to answer the door at least.
You'll find him at the encampment on Bunker Hill.
We are nearly finished for the morning, to be fair.
No need. It's the least I could do. Pitcairn's a dangerous man. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
I would say the same of Charles Lee.
Now that's an altogether different beast. Let us leave it for another day. Best you head to Boston, Connor.
Right, we've been ordered to go to Boston, or advised. Right, there's lots to read. By the looks of things. Continental Congress. You might think the Continental Congress is a gathering of the boring Republicans, which it was, but it was also responsible for organising the revolution and making decisions about the United States government, which also makes them rather dull. Sorry, important. I should actually say the Continental Congress is because there was more than one. The first Continental Congress was convened in 1774 in Philadelphia to oppose the closing of the Boston Harbour, one of the Boston Tea Party, part of the coercive acts. All the politicians had such a lovely time at their first meeting that they agreed to have another party just exactly like it. And why not? Everyone loves a party. Right after the battles of Lexington and Concord, being men of great imagination, they called this the Second Continental Congress. This was the Congress responsible for writing the Declaration of Independence, and forming the Continental Army of George Washington as its commander. My throat is starting to go. So despite the lack of flavour titles, they clearly had some thinkers among them. The Third Continental Congress was convened in 1781, sometimes known as the Congress of Confederation, and despite how mind-achingly tedious that sounds, they were responsible for forming a government for the brand new United States. Since getting everyone to agree on how that government should work took some time, the Confederation Congress met. I'm going to have to give myself a drink. I can't read. Bear with me a second. Hopefully that solves the coughing. Since getting everyone to agree on how the government should work together took some time, the Confederation Congress met over the course of 8 years, ending in 1789, when the Constitution passed and was replaced by the United States government. Now, I've been in some long meetings, but 8 years takes the biscuit. I pity whoever was recording the minutes. 8 years. Right, what else have we got? There's only 3, so we'll do these 3. North Bridge. This was the site of one of the first skirmishes. Oh no, we've read that one. Don't know why that was on there as a new one. We have done that one. James Barrett. We've read that one as well, but for some reason it's still showing as new. Okay, cool. This is one. This is a new one. This is Lexington and Concord. This is what's just happened. Regulars confront militia, shots fired. Americans, forever bear in mind the Battle of Lexington, when British troops, unmolested and unprovoked, wantonly and in most inhumane manner, fired upon and killed a number of our countrymen. The events, as well as can be discerned, transpired thusly. Alerted by messages that a regiment of regulars was en route through Menotomy to destroy cache of munitions in Concord and vicinity, militia forces convened, drawing members from as far away as Sudbury, Acton, Lincoln and Bedford. The first such force stood against the regulars on Lexington Green, just 7 miles from the Concord proper. Commanded by Captain John Parker, the colony militia, numbering some few dozens of members, stood ground as a brigade under Major Pitcairn, marched in column along the Concord Road. Accounts of what ensued remain confused, but militia members claim that they never fired any shot but were fired upon by the regulars, suffering them 8 deaths and a number of wounded. Captain Parker led his men from the field, and the column of murderous regulars continued to Concord. The way they've strung it round, it was the regulars' fault. The militia weren't fired upon, is what they're trying to say. The town of Concord and Brigade of Militia under the command of Colonel James Barrett saw fit to fall back across the North Bridge as the regulars numbered a much larger force. Atop a hill, Barrett watched the regulars search for munitions and was gladdened by the addition of militia forces arriving from diverse townships. In short order, Colonel Barrett discovered that he outnumbered the small force of regulars sent to secure the bridge and commenced to march upon them. Some few of those endeavoured to dislodge planks of the bridge to delay the advancement of the militia, but were called off by their superiors. Volleys were exchanged and men on both sides fell, resulting in the regulars quitting the field. The larger army force concluded its fruitless search and turned towards Boston, only to move a series of flanking manoeuvres and attacks in formation by the militia. This force would certainly have been entirely destroyed had it not been for Brigadier General Percy's arrival with reinforcements to escort them back through hails of musket balls to Charlestown. Thus have shots been fired between ourselves and our cousins from across the sea. The Rubicon has been crossed. Americans, liberty or death, join or die. They've definitely played it round, haven't they? Turned it to their advantage. Right, there is one conversation to be had, it seems, here. And a door. I don't... Map-wise, where are we? No, there's no map available because we're in the building where this has happened. We can do one conversation. We'll do this, and then we'll call it a day for this morning.
Still here, are you?
Samuel Adams was the one telling us to go to Boston.
What happens now?
There's quite a lot to do. Commander Washington must determine when and where we'll strike next. And we need to get to work on our message.
Message?
We must contact the broadsheets at once. Ensure it's clear to everyone that it was the Loyalists who fired first in Lexington.
And that's what we just read, was the newspaper report making out
which is
the
exactly
regulars fired first. They're going to play it and spin it.
We'll determine public opinion.
This seems
exactly.
dishonest.
See, Connor doesn't agree with this.
So what? People must believe we acted in self-defense.
Yeah, Connor's one of those that's naive
treason.
In that regard.
Better to bow and scrape before a tyrant.
He's
then?
very naive.
Is that what you suggest?
And he doesn't believe in propaganda.
No one should be denied freedom. And yet, to change the truth, it seems a dangerous road to travel.
Understand, Connor. This is a war fought not just on the battlefield, but within hearts and minds as well. There's nothing wrong with a bit of theater, especially if it saves lives.
There we go. Right, so that is us done for this morning. Yeah. Annoyingly, we can't, I'm hoping it keeps us where we are. So as we've left it, Sequence 7, Connor has assassinated William Johnson and ended a plan to buy his people's land, but a new danger has appeared, John Pitchairn and the British soldiers he leads. So we've just seen Washington inaugurated, and they're going to try and spin the Battle of Lexington with propaganda to say the regulars caused it all, which obviously is an obvious thing to do. But that is us for this morning. The plan is to be live this evening with Avengers. At this current time, I am struggling a little bit. I'm still going to try and stick to my plan, but if things change, I will let people know this evening on the Discord. But I'm hoping we'll be live this evening. That's the plan. So thank you all very much. Thank you for the views, the comments, and the conversation, and the likes. As always, we'll see you again very, very soon. And thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.